And this will be an unusually short session of viewer levels. At least that's what I expect it to be, given that we have a much later start than usual. And we have a first clear that is up for grabs on I Vine for You from Remmers, who is one of our regulars. The instruction here is to traverse and jump at Bowser Jr.'s challenging castle with the help of vines. So we'll run this one first. We have no idea how long it's going to take since the first clear is available, and then we'll get to whoever submits to the queue. Hey JDV, welcome back. Okay, let's see how this is going to go. Oh, whoops. Wasn't paying attention, was too busy watching Bowser Jr. in the corner, but that is what a warm-up is for. Oh, I see. So the vines are actually buried in the lava under where the vines are indicated. So as long as we hold up, or it tells us to hold up, we should be fine. And then we need to slide under, then hit the question block. Yeah, I do foresee a lot of deaths on this thing. Okay, then we bump the question block, and then we crouch again. So that's just a little bit of accuracy on the ice. And yeah, just a little far forward after we hit the question block there. Okay, so we do need to duck and slide, I think, and then run off once we're able to put our head back up and then onto that POW that is down low. Now, thankfully this doesn't actually seem that time sensitive in terms of the 300-second restriction on a timer. Okay. So it's just a matter of figuring out how to get off of that blue platform that we see later. It's pretty clear to me that we do need to run off directly. I also can't raise my head to... Here we're just going a little bit early, or late rather. We're landing a little bit late. Okay, let's see how this goes. Yeah, definitely need to duck under that, but then how do we fall off of it? That's the question that's on my mind. It seems like we don't really have that figured out yet. Now, the neat thing about the vines is that when you are clinging onto them right at lava level, you can still do the usual vine climbing where you just kind of tap your way to the right and left. Need to pick up a little more speed there, or perhaps just a little more distance. Hey, okay, great. Thank you for your submission. Terrible person has arrived. Well, I appreciate that vote of confidence in yourself. And Vagabond91, thank you for dropping by as well. So thank you both. First of all for the Maker ID, and secondly for your World 4-2. I won't appreciate when I see the level. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So yeah, I'm just kind of doing this level as a bit of a warm-up. It is still uncleared, and since I'm kind of going for the first clear, it may take a little bit longer than usual, particularly because it is on the harder side. But I will try to get to those of you who are in queue soon enough. Take all the time I need, okay. You say that very ominously, like you expect whatever you sent me to be quite evil, but we'll see about that. Ah, okay, so we need to hit that, and then jump up to the next level before POW block is taken out by the spike ball. Okay, I've got it. I just didn't see what was going on with the POW 4. There we go. Question block. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I do need enough time to dash off that question block onto the next. Pure evil, okay. That sounds intriguing. And as you said, maybe I will regret saying that when I actually see what you have to offer. But yeah, welcome to the stream, those of you who are new here. I usually have a much earlier start time in this time slot, but we were busy with a couple of things today, and so I'm going to run a shorter stream than usual. I don't tend to enforce a time limit or difficulty range usually. Today I'm going to be a little bit strict about that simply because I will not be on for as long as a typical stream. Redox, welcome. Thank you for the last Ant Bender. I did see that come up earlier. While I was cleaning out my followed list, which is actually full now, or was full. Because I've been playing so much of this game and following so many fantastic makers that I really had to cut it down to the people who I know to be active. Okay, here we go. Okay, I missed the on-off switch because I didn't really see what was coming. That is sort of interesting. In terms of getting from the on-off switch over to the PAL block, I don't actually quite understand that interaction yet. First time seeing it, of course. Part 3 of your boss rush as a speedrun level. Okay, interesting. And it's RNG torture. Okay. Well, I'll try to put a reasonable amount of time into seeing what it is all about. And we'll see how that goes. Yeah, for you folks new here, usually we do a kind of mix of short and long levels, depending on what people send me, of course. And while I don't have a strict time limit, usually when you're later in the queue, average wait time tends to be about 20 minutes per level. It may be a bit longer today simply because, again, I'm trying to get first clear on this one here. I missed the on-off switch again. But I think partly that's because I'm not sure where to fall, but it looks like the Goomba is still available, so I need to double tap that Goomba on the lower level. Jump on it once. Oh, I guess it must have had wings on it or something. I wasn't really looking carefully. And yeah, straight up to the on-off switch instead of kind of tilting slightly the way I was doing. And I see why I was thrown off there. It's because the first jump off the Muncher, you have to go one tile to the right to hit the question block. The second jump off the lower Goomba and Muncher does require you to stay in place. Do I know what you are doing right now while you are waiting for me? I haven't the faintest idea, but I imagine that it... actually, no, I think it's better if I don't imagine anything. Oh. And wow, Chris plays fun games. Welcome back, and thank you for the raid. Yeah, welcome everybody. We are going to pause this for a moment and just give Chris a big shout out. So, you know, all of you who just came in know where to go if you ever want to find Chris again and, you know, head back there that way. So yeah, we usually have a much earlier start time than this when we run viewer levels on the kind of Friday to Saturday night, Friday night to Saturday morning overnight slot. We had a bit of a late start today for a couple of unrelated reasons, and so unfortunately we can't really run the queue for as long as usual, but thank you for the generous amount of follows. Thank you once again, Chris, for the raid. And yeah, if you have submissions, I'll try to get through as many as I can tonight. So, there we go. Whoa, okay. Didn't really see where I was going there. Seems like I have to drop between the Pokey and that Muncher. Whoops. How short of a stream? Well, at the current time, the queue is still open, and I am one of those people who unwisely tries to commit to finishing every level that is in the queue or at least trying every level that is in the queue and by the time I close. So if you are in now, and if you are able to wait rather patiently, I will, get to everybody who manages to stay. Right now I am attempting a first clear on this level that just came up on my personal feed about an hour ago, and so this might take a little longer than usual, but we'll hopefully get through it and to the queue soon enough. And yeah, thank you for all the follows once again. I do recognize some of you as streamers yourselves. Zachfection, I think I come by yours a couple times before. And, yeah, always great to have Chris's crew here. I needed to hit that pound directly. I was not really paying attention. And yeah, feel free to lurk. I'm kind of occasionally a viewer level submitter myself, and I do know how it goes with lurking, dipping in and out. Also just the way that queues like mine can be incredibly long, so... Okay, here we go. I need a high bounce off that Goomba, and then we continue. This chat can race for first clear on Lord Koopa's level, okay. Well, you've all seen the code already. I obviously won't get to it for a little bit just yet, but those of you who are racing for that, do have fun. Okay, there we go. Looks like I need to kind of do a short jump and duck around that twice. And around that grinder. And let's see how that goes. Whoops. Okay, no, I did need to slide down directly. Had a bit of a choke on that attempt. And yeah, anybody who kind of came in the meantime that I didn't say hello to or greet, I will try to catch up on the chat. And I'm a little further along this level. Awesome Lamp, thank you for coming in. And yeah, Super Boss for the Ultimate Hero has been promising me something pure evil. And that's very early in the queue. I think it might be first in the queue, so we'll see how that goes soon. And we'll just see how bad could it possibly be. So yeah, hope Chris's stream went well tonight. I mean, every time I've dropped by there, it has tended to be a very good time. So, hope you folks enjoyed all that Mario making. Oh. I mean, Chris, I don't know if you were also running viewer levels in this session or something else. But, as always, really appreciate bringing everybody over. Big miss. Okay. Where were we? There we go. No, need to duck under that guy, and I do have room to slide off with a POW. But yeah, the difficulty and clear percentage obviously on this level is totally unknown since it is still uncleared. But we'll see. I mean, if it seems like I wind up spending an unreasonable amount of time on it, well, we'll see how it goes. So yeah, for those of you who are brand new here, I do tend to run viewer levels usually 2 or 3 times over the week. Not just in this time slot, but also one that is an NA afternoon and EU nighttime time slot that is usually now on Thursdays, although we've kind of been moving things around. Weekends, I tend to feature some more curated content, like levels I didn't finish on viewer levels, some super worlds, and also some maker projects as well. So that's usually how we run things around here, is just viewer levels during the week and kind of a catch-up on my personal list and some curated backlog on the weekends. Edgy Buttergum, you were in the raid earlier but weren't paying attention. That's okay. You're paying attention now and that's what counts. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so we've got a lot of exciting Mario Maker programming that's going to be coming up in the next few days. I don't know how many of you are aware of the 4YMM, 4 Years of Mario Maker Anniversary Project. And that's going to be a major thing that we're going to be covering on our stream when it launches, with the first batch of levels being released on Sunday. It's a release of about 8 levels a week, and it's going to be a kind of a greatest hits selection in some ways of a lot of makers that are known to the community, as well as some that are severely underrated and who are very good and well worth looking into. So that is going to be something that we will be covering every week. We'll be playing every batch of the 4YMM levels. And yeah, I've got some other level codes that I'm very eager to show everybody in the meantime. So thank you for the submission of the Gladiator. And yeah, still fairly early on in progressing through this level, although I see that I have not even begun to see what the 5 pink coins are going to be about. Could be some kind of precision check that comes later on. Good thing we don't actually need to hit that block, and that it's mostly there for guidance. Okay. Rather like how those question blocks are timed. Work surprisingly smoothly. Okay. Oh, no. You know what? I wasn't even watching the vines at all. The arrows do indicate where the buried vines in the lava are, and I should have actually made use of them the same way I made use of them in this tutorial screen up front. That is one of the central concepts of the level, and I just was not paying attention to it at all. So that segment where we were dying right now is not nearly as hard as I was making it. It is possible, I think, to just jump while skipping the vines, but why would I do that unless I'm really being fussy about a speed record? Yeah, not nearly as hard as all that. And thank you for the host, Superboss. It'll be hopefully right on time for everybody on your channel being able to witness the apparent torture that I can expect from whatever you sent me that you've been hyping up. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoy the general tone and mood of this stream. Guess we're somewhat consistent about it. Oh. I've seen that sort of Rising Goomba setup before from the last level that it was sent by this creator, which is Rammers. Now, Rammers didn't actually send me this level, I just saw it come up in my feed as something that was awaiting first clear, so quite eager to try it out. Yeah, pretty relaxing so far. Nothing here has felt really tight or intense. A lot of it is just not being careless and reading it for the first time and trusting that the timings on some of those winged elements is going to line up correctly. A lot of those flying blocks, sometimes, you know, you just have to trust that they're going to go where you expect. I do need to hit that second question block in order to launch the Goomba that propels me upwards. It is a bit of a surprise interaction the first time you see it, and I'm kind of lucky in that I have seen how it works before at a different level. But I just need to kind of trust the guidance arrows in that particular spot. Okay. Oh. And... oh. Okay, no, I did need to do a high bounce on that trampoline. I did not expect that trampoline, so we were right before the checkpoint. That element is probably the only thing in this level that seemed a little bit blind so far in terms of, you know, not being able to react to the trampoline being there. But that's right before the checkpoint, and so that will pretty much spell the end of learning the first segment here, which is good. Yeah. Very action-packed experience so far. Yeah, okay, I do need to hold jump and I need to land accurately on a trampoline and then bounce up to the checkpoint flag. I think the bounce timing is a little bit difficult to work out so far because I need a very full jump off that Goomba in order to bounce high enough to land on a trampoline in the first place. On the previous attempt I was coming in a little bit low, and so... yeah, that one interaction is just a little bit unfamiliar to me in terms of execution. We'll have to sort that out. Not hard to get back there, though. I like how consistent absolutely everything here feels once I've learned the pattern. There's very little that, you know, feels like it is up to anything other than my own ability to just be rather accurate. Hey, welcome back from the bathroom. I hope you had a nice trip. Yeah. And here we are again. Oh, whoops. Yeah, just have to wrap around that a little better. Okay. Now that was a very unfortunate slip-up. We'll just fix the little things like that. I think most of this first segment up to that last jump before the checkpoint feels mostly consistent at this point. Just a few things that need a bit of fixing up. Oops. Have to slide under that for a little bit longer before we slip off. Okay. And yeah, still have to think ahead to how that trampoline jump is actually going to happen. That's... yeah, just gonna tap that. Okay. That felt alright. Okay, there we go, checkpoint. And that's just one-ups, not that we need them in this circumstance. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. It looks like I may need to collect all coins, but I don't see what's activating the on-off. Now, I have pretty much an infinite supply of Goombas off the pipes here. I see, there is a locked door there, so I do need to collect all of the coins. It is going to be a bit of a bounce off Goombas to do that. In light of that, I actually do kind of appreciate that I do have a checkpoint right here, because I can already tell that this is going to be the most sort of unreliable part of the level to learn. And so it's a very cool setup, but also one that I think does absolutely require being preceded for a checkpoint just for all the retries it is likely to take. It is a very cool element, though. I'm quite fond of it. Please don't start over. Yeah, we've made that mistake many times here before. Many, many times, believe me. Okay. There is a skull platform down below, and that is under the final coin. But of course, at that point, you've already lost access to all the other coins. This is a very neat element. I kind of wonder how soon the next checkpoint after it will be, because I think I'm already sort of dreading repeating this part. Like, it is one of those that makes me glad we get to respawn at it right away. I almost want it to be directly followed by another checkpoint. Simply because I think that working out a very consistent method for this element is going to be a big challenge. But if we can find some kind of consistent timing, that would be great. Sound is behind in comparison to the game. Okay. One moment. Let me see if I can do anything about that. Oh, it's way behind. Wow, okay. Just give me a moment and I'll give that a fix. Yeah, audio can be a little bit finicky sometimes when I'm streaming from the Switch. As long as the sound is actually coming through, that's already better than what we sometimes have to deal with certain things in a level cutting out. But yeah, thank you for telling me about that. We do appreciate it here when you tell me about audio issues right away. And yeah, it's just a thing with the streaming software with OBS, and I think some of it has to do with some throttling on my CPU, where like my computer's running kind of hot and the CPU is you know, experiencing some throttling. It sometimes seems like the first thing to go in my streaming software is the audio quality. So I do appreciate you pointing that out, and I think most streamers appreciate that as well. Let's try to do the right side first, since we will ultimately need to fall to the left. Yeah, this is kind of a weird element. Like, I think it's a lot of fun, but it's also very difficult to get down reliably. I think it will probably require a little bit of left and right in order to, you know, have a Goomba pattern that will allow me to grab at the lower coins. The bottom right one I can already tell is going to be the hardest. Okay, we got it. Yep, I just needed to have a bit of a better fall on the left side, and then we could go directly down to that skull track. And then it's just a matter of getting into the door from there. Why do you feel like the Read Shakespeare reward was part of a school project? It is not a school project. It might be a school project for some of my viewers, who have occasionally, indeed frequently, cashed in on that. But it's not my school project, unless, you know, you count teaching people Shakespeare at an amateur level and explaining to them why the sonnets were actually, you know, pertinent to principles of Nintendo level design to be an educational experience. It would be kind of interesting to assign that as a school project now, though, now that you mention it. Yeah, being able to swing back to the left after I grab the right side coins, I think, is still something I have to work out. I don't really have it down yet. Yeah, that's a very weird little segment there. I really do hope there's a checkpoint right after this one, simply because of the seeming unreliability. But maybe there is some kind of consistency to this pattern that I don't have yet. I do not envy doing the clear check for this particular element. My favorite enemy in Mario Maker 2? That's a very good question. I really should have had an answer prepared for that. My favorite enemy in Mario Maker 2 is myself. Because in playing a lot of these levels, I am my own worst enemy. I probably have a better answer than that, but we'll have to think about that. Because as a maker, I think the answer to that might be a little bit different than what your favorite would be as a player, simply because as a maker, you're thinking quite often about the uses in different contraptions, puzzles, and so forth. Yeah, I definitely die to my own carelessness, rather, much more frequently than I die to anything else. Okay. Yeah, saw blades are great. They overlap so well. You know, they generally look nice. You can use them for a lot of item control. I generally find the one-tile spike blocks to look kind of hideous in almost every style. And so, if you have the element budget to use more saw blades instead, even though that is going to be occupying a 3x3 space, I find that it often looks quite a lot better if you just need a damage source hanging around in your level. But then, I'm kind of biased against the one-tile spike blocks, because you can really tell that they were largely not really a part of a lot of classic Mario, and that they were something that was newly introduced to Maker, in spite of the fact that a lot of concepts do need them to work. But it does mean that I find myself gravitating towards alternatives like the saw blades quite often. Okay, this is clearly the level's big roadblock. Now, it looks like it's something that probably could be worked out consistently if I had some kind of method. Now, it looks like I can probably kind of go straight for the top level right away. That might simplify some things. Yeah, there clearly is some kind of pattern that I need to be aware of here. And I do wonder if jumping off the low platform for the first 2 coins is in fact the right idea, although it seems to drop a little bit low by the time the on-off switch hits. So. Did manage to get it its way before. Yeah, the spikes don't connect too well, and the hitboxes are extremely weird, particularly in Yusu. I find that the artwork is sometimes very misleading. The saw blades are wonderful, though. Like, they just overlap with so much, and I think sometimes having elements that, you know, allow you to do a bit of overlap and disguise and so on, or just make more efficient use of that space, it's really a very important function. Well, not worrying about the 1-ups, that's for sure. Yeah. Still don't really know how to grab that bottom right one reliably. I'm trying to vary the jump heights a little bit, and you know, try to fall in and kind of resynchronize myself with the way and that the Goombas are coming out of the pipe. And this segment looks like it's going to require some work. Yeah, trying to sort of swing back and forth on that. Your advertising actually got you someone in your Discord server, okay. Well, congratulations to you. Yeah, I've definitely been told by my regulars here that I should get a Discord server coming for this community as well, since the stream has grown quite a bit and my schedule also tends to be a little bit unreliable. And so I do plan to get that up in short order, I hope. Just a lot of administrative things to sort out in the meantime. I always find that the growth of this stream has actually been just a little ahead of expectations all the time in terms of, you know, the things I should be setting up for the community, like getting Discord in order, getting emotes in order, getting subscriber benefits in order for those who are subbed, etc. That the demand is always a little bit ahead of my preparation. But then that's partly because, you know, the Mario Maker community has been extremely good to me here in terms of being a fantastic game for streamers who operate on a small scale or who are newer. And you should start working on your game again. So, are you talking about a game that's sort of an original game, or are you talking about like a custom game that's like a full world Mario or something else? And no, I do have an idea how to manage a Discord server. I have just not really sat down to organize mine yet. I'm on Discord quite a bit on other people's servers, actually. And we do have some people that I know via Discord when it comes to Mario Maker who are, you know, I'm on their channels, they're on mine. An original game not related to Mario in the slightest. Okay. Interesting. Not related in the slightest, like not even a platformer, or something completely different? Do I know how to add reaction roles? I believe I do. I mean, I haven't really had to much on a server management side yet, but I mostly just hang around in Discord. But yeah, a lot of Twitch actually I kind of had to learn on the fly. Like, I started streaming really before I understood most of the Twitch economy when it came to emotes, subs, cheers, etc. And so, like, learning that quickly on the fly is not hard. It's just sometimes, you know, you don't imagine that you'll necessarily need that skill set yet. Like, I basically hit affiliate before I was prepared to hit affiliate, and that kind of thing does catch me by surprise. Oh, we absolutely had it that time. I just got sniped by the Goomba. We absolutely had it. I was just aiming for the blue skull platform. Down and low. Okay. Okay, professional and Discord management. Okay. Good to know. And good to hear your server is doing well. Okay. These lower coins, they definitely take work. Yeah, this is definitely by far the biggest roadblock in the level, and I think that's partly because, you know, generally the movement of anything that is floating on parachutes is going to feel a little bit unreliable as a moving target. I mean, when the setups are extremely precise and you don't notice it so much. Here, I really do have to discover my own pattern in a way that is much more challenging than anything else in the level. So yeah, I really do hope that it is going to have a checkpoint pretty much immediately afterwards, because otherwise this might be the big sticking point that kills our run tonight. Like, I might have to give up at this segment if I am taking way too long with it, although it's going to be very easy for me to find my place here. But, you know, I was spending a lot of time on this level as it is, mostly because the first clear was available. And given how hard this specific room is, I kind of think that first clear is probably going to stay available. And that I can afford to put this aside for at least a little bit. Okay. Because, my goodness, this room. We've been on this for probably as long as it took me to get here in the first place. I just don't have the pattern down. But then there must be something very reliable to it that the maker was aware of. Otherwise, like, this would have been an absolute nightmare to do a clear check on. There must have been something that we're not understanding. Hey, the Sofa King Gamer. Welcome, and thank you for submission of the Apparition version 2. Always nice to have a Sofa King around to keep us company. A Couch Caesar. An Emperor of the Chesterfield. Or maybe just an armchair administrator. Okay, this one on the bottom right. We really do need to do something about it. Because, yeah, I just do not have the pattern. It seems like there is probably a very specific departure time from the platform that I need in order to make this work. And maybe I'm just going either too early or too late, but it is a little bit unclear to me. Yeah, because I just need a totally different timing. Wow. Yeah, what a gigantic difficulty spike, actually. But we were closer. Yeah. Absolutely gigantic difficulty spike on this level. Was definitely not expecting to run into something like this from what we had seen earlier segment. And yeah, everybody who is in the queue, particularly those who came in with the raid earlier, thank you so much for your patience with this. I usually don't spend this long with the pre-queue level, but, you know, there's a bit of sunk cost fallacy to it sometimes, where we know the first clear is available, and that, you know, we've already gotten up to the checkpoint, and we actually got it that time, except, yeah, I wasn't really thinking about my drop timing. This is a very tough obstacle. Very, very tough, but that's the best we've done so far in terms of actually managing to reach the final coin on the skull platform. It's just that the way was not yet clear. We did need to stomp on on all the Goombas to get them out of the way. Yeah, can't afford to leave quite that late. Yeah, oh my goodness, this part. Really do hope that is checkpointed pretty much on either side. I'm sure this clear time is going to be spectacular. Oh, interesting. That time we jumped off too soon, and that meant that we manipulated the swamp timing a little bit. So yeah, I do need to stay nice and low to drop the thwomp as soon as possible. Just finished your auto shell jump level. Okay, looking forward to it. Right, and you sent me your maker code as well, right? So that's potentially something we can look at. Okay, that time I was safe. I do need to watch out for the big spiny that will fall down, though. I don't know if it's just there kind of to scare me. And yeah, Lord Koopas, I guess we'll see when we get to yours if first clear is available as well. Oh, nope. Now, why did I seem to have a bit of a directional resistance there when I got onto the blue platform? Okay, I think I was just mistakenly pressing a diagonal and running left, but I really did just want to stay aboard that thing. And yeah, the Awesome Lamp, I have, as you know, no problem with just changing submissions by verbal agreement, as long as you're fine with the code that is displayed on the bot, which I think was your maker code anyway, with your submission, if I remember accurately. And so yeah, that goes for anybody in the queue as well. If you ever want to change out your level, I mean, if you really want to have the bot display everything accurately, you can always use leave and then add again, but you can also just tell me when I call you up that you want to change your level, and I'm usually quite happy to do that. You know, if you ever watch me play and change your mind, and yeah, if you want to share each other's codes and chat and beat me to the first clears and such, yeah, that's something you are perfectly welcome to do. Okay. Yeah, so we've been fairly close about 2 or 3 times when I managed to get onto the skull platform. I feel like I've been stuck on this specific obstacle for probably the last 15 minutes or so. Certainly as long as it took us to learn the first half or first segment of the whole thing, and so I think if this is not actually directly followed by CP2, I am going to bail on this one, simply because of how long I'm taking on it. Not expected to be nearly that hard. Yeah, this is probably getting less interesting to watch than the earlier part of this level, simply because I'm not progressing. So we'll see. I really enjoyed everything in the level up to this point, and even this is a great idea. Like, this is a fun thing to do It's just very tightly enforced. I feel like if the coin placements were just slightly different to be a bit more flexible, particularly with that one on the bottom right, which is a very long reach. Like if the two bottom coins were just moved up one tile, I think this part would just about be perfect. But as it stands, it's just so much harder than everything that came before it, and then it's pretty much entirely a coin placement thing. Like, the idea is fine. The cadence at which the Goombas come out is perfectly fine. What shall just happen? Are you talking about Awesome Labs level? Like, that up there, or because I am looking forward to whatever's going on there. Okay, looking forward to it. Oh. Thrown off this pattern. Okay, looking forward to it for sure. Particularly once I bail on this thing, which may have to be fairly soon. I kind of think that, you know, I may be gunning for first clear on this, but I kind of think that this segment will be patched. Because this is a maker who is known for making some revisions, and so... Somebody nabbed your first clear, wonderful, okay. Or, well, maybe not so wonderful if you look at that with sadness, or at least sad face. Okay, almost there. It's just the Goomba pattern at this point. It's being tricky. Okay, we got it, we got it. Checkpoint, checkpoint? No, okay. But we are right at the axe, so... Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I was expecting to land because I misread the end castle artwork as a semi-solid. We were through, and that was the end of the level. And I just completely misread that in terms of where it was safe to fall on the vines. But yeah, clearly I need to get on the vines, and I need to get around that muncher that falls on the axe. Also, the spiny on the right side is just there to scare me. It is clearly timed such that it is not actually a threat to going through the locked door. So if you folks will bear with me, we were so close just now, and I know now that this is just the end of the level, that I am going to stick with it and try to make a serious run. Okay. So let's pop these vines. And then we need to get under that muncher. Okay. I got bounced. I need to stay on until the vine comes down safely. On the upside. Didn't take me that many attempts to get back there, so... You're not satisfied with the first clear theft. Well, okay. Guess you'll have to get that speed record. Well, you know, precise auto levels pretty much exist to be optimized by people who dare to try. Okay. We were so close. Got to the end screen twice and just blew it both times. Yeah, like I said, I do expect this to be a shorter stream than what I usually run, since I had a bit of a late start. Because of that, I will see who is still online after I clear this, which will hopefully be very soon. Just to get a sense of how many are online. I will play everybody who stays who is already in the queue, but I will be closing the queue a little earlier than usual. But then I will hopefully be able to look at one submission from everybody. And also spend a fair amount of time on it, particularly for those where the first clears are still open. Oh, how far off were you from the optimization? Still tied for the record, or? I mean, I guess as an auto level that's very precisely tuned, that may often be the case. Where the first clear just goes to the first person who managed to sit through it. Often, anyway, I find that I tend to occasionally have some very slow times on even things like auto levels because I will do something like dawdle around on the end screen and just fool around there. Hey, Mike Universe, I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Considering how long I've been stuck on the screen. And considering that I had some very near misses here. Yeah, got to the ending twice, blew the ending twice. And the thing is, I just don't have enough of a consistent method to do this part. At least not very well. But yeah, the first half of this level was fantastic, though. Really loved the first half of this. This part is, I think, just too much of a jump, despite the fact that I love the idea. Okay. I don't think you could optimize the end since you're already moving at max speed. Okay. Yeah, if I just go back and forth, I think eventually the Goombas sway into a position that allowed me to grab the bottom coin. Going for that coin first is probably not a good idea, just given the interaction we just saw, where I ram into Goombas as they come out. My goodness. Okay, okay, this is promising. Maybe promising. I kind of blew my chance to grab the upright. Yeah. Yeah, bear with me here. It's definitely, well, after I get through the locked door, it's definitely my problem in terms of not being able to make a relatively easy looking stab at the goal. Just need to get on the vines and dodge that muncher. Yeah. That lower coin really does feel too low, like one space too low. Like there was some kind of specific pattern this was designed around that I just cannot see. Yeah, definitely spent more time on this segment than in the rest of the level combined at this point, but it is just that much harder. But, you know, the things we do for first clear. And just watch, I'll get the first clear, and then this will be taken down for a revision anyway, and we'll just be back to 0. But that's why I get these things on video, right? So we can have some proof of the brutality that was inflicted upon me. Oh, LECP enjoyed the torture level. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Ali runs a pretty good stream. I do kind of drop by there from time to time. I cannot believe this thing. The fire is... Okay. I did not expect a Bowser Jr. fire. I was not watching that at all. So that constrained my position in a bit of an unexpected way, but we're just going to get that on the first try back. Okay, gotta grab this stuff as soon as I can. Okay, just keep getting bumped here. Yeah, getting bumped by the jump blocks and unable to wrap around. That is actually a lot harder than it looks, that segment. I severely underestimated the ending screen. Because I thought it was just a matter of, okay, just, you know, wrap around, grab divines, and then you're done, right? But then the jump blocks bounce you. Bowser Jr. just kind of shows up and shoots fire at you. And... yeah. Unfortunately, you should not take this to mean that I'm going to spend up to an hour on the viewer submissions themselves. What usually happens is if I don't manage to finish something, I will often go back to it on the weekend streams, where one of the things I do is just clean up unfinished business. Okay, doing the wraparound is actually really tough. But... oh no, 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 okay. That was unfortunate. I don't know about that hitbox there. I thought I was safe. That was a very, very close shave. But yeah. Wow, the way this level escalates. And just watch, it's going to be one of two results. Result number one is somebody else already got the first clear ahead of me by the time I finish this. Result number two is I get the first clear and this gets taken down for revisions. It's going to happen. One of these two things is going to happen. But thankfully, I'm not somebody who is all about amassing a large number of first clears. That's not something I'm really even close to doing. Yeah, mostly just want to prove that it can be done. And yeah, I have been on this one for quite a lot longer than I will usually spend on per level. It's not totally unprecedented. There was a puzzle level that I opened with a few weeks ago that took me about an hour and a half, and that was also a first clear situation for sure. Okay. Next cycle. Well, thank you very much. And look at that, a communication error occurred, because no doubt the level was taken down for revisions. But we approved that it was doable, so maybe the next version will be easier. If it isn't easier, I don't know what I'll do with myself. You'll just have to trust me when you have to go back to the beginning of that stream. This stream, rather, that it was at 0 and 0 when I opened it, so theoretically, that was the first. No, it was a communication error because I guarantee you that was just taken down. So, Super Boss 4, the Ultimate Hero, thank you for waiting for so long. You've been promising me some kind of torture, some kind of immense evil, and we will confront them. We'll confront it head on. So. Yeah, once again, those of you joining me, I am going to close the queue much earlier than usual. I know I'm just kind of getting started with the viewer queue, but get through everybody who online and able to stay. I won't be closing right this minute, but it will be fairly soon, so if you have any additional submissions, that would be a good idea. No. You can torture me if you want. The Terror, 100% RNG. Okay. I mean, I don't necessarily expect I'll clear it, but I'll play it for long enough to kind of see if I understand the concept. 0 clears. I'd better look at the main screen just to see how much we're dealing with. Okay. Alright. Let's see how we do. Yeah, I will not be staying on this for an hour, but I will see if we can understand a pattern and do something about it. I can see what you mean by RNG now. Okay, seems like quite a long run. I pretty much have to go right away. Unless there's anything I can do in the meantime to just kind of survive this. Read the comment. Okay, let's play the comments. If you want to suffer, play this, or torture streamers, it's a little difficult to read that with everything jumping around, but I'll read the second half of the message on the next attempt. You'd be amazed at sometimes these, kind of RNG-dependent levels, or apparently RNG-dependent levels, like sometimes you can find some kind of method to bring them. Cool. Okay, I've seen your comment, unless you have a second one. Alright. Okay. We actually made it fairly far, now that I've been able to estimate how much distance we need to cover. Occasionally, I think I'll just need to reload the early part here just to get a decent spawn. And of course, the fact that Charvarg and Bowser are going to stay roughly global, I think, is going to be to get around. Okay. Oh, nope, I knew that the piranha was coming and was trying to prepare myself to jump over it, but the long jump distance threw me off slightly. Few jumps here. Okay. Gotta beat them to it. Let's try to trigger all three of these just to maximize the amount of room I have to work with. Whoops. This is the Terror. It's actually not too bad. It's honestly not too bad. I feel like I kind of got a method down for the early segments quickly. This piranha jumping up was maybe catching me a little unawares, but... You really hope he's joking? He wasn't joking about it being evil. I don't think it's quite pure evil, though. It's not, I mean, I've seen pure evil in this before. No, honestly, though, when you actually get your hands on this, I know it probably looks like, absolute rubbish, but when you actually get your hands on this, the early segments are surprisingly manageable. Surprisingly manageable. I did see from the clear statistics earlier that the clear check on it was about a minute and a half, so I think it's one of those things where I will probably just die to the length of the level if there's, a lot of random variants like this that I need to deal with the whole way through. But once you kind of get your timing down to get onto the initial compete blocks, then you can outrun a lot of the stuff that's being fired at you. And so, yeah, it's just a matter of kind of having a, well, first of all, a decent random draw off the early segment here, so you don't have a Charvarg sniping you. But if you get a decent random draw to get a good start, you can very quickly make it over to the snake block segments as I showed off a little bit earlier. Okay. 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 Trigger all three just to get some extra room. Okay, that scares me. The hardest part of this level is a subworld. Okay, well, that will be interesting if we actually manage to make it there. But yeah, I really don't feel terrorized at all by this. I mean, you know, like there are some things that are just going to be naturally difficult to clear because they're not very easy to manage. One of those things being that I can't necessarily see where the snake blocks are going. And that my timing for triggering the snake blocks one after another is going to be a little bit different every time, and so that's going to throw me off as well. But, yeah, I mean, you know, there's actually a fair amount to interact with here that, despite all the RNG of the enemy setup, is centered around platforming that actually does feel roughly under my control. Rammers, thank you for the submission of I Vine for You. You will never guess what we just spent the first hour of this stream doing. You will never guess. But you can scroll back if you're really interested. But thank you for the submission anyway. I hope this latest version of I Vine for You sticks around. Unless, of course, somebody else gets the first clear before I do, in which case, feel free to re-upload. And Brogan, welcome as well. Welcome back. Yeah, I said this was going to be a short stream just because I had a much later start time than usual. It's probably going to wind up being rather long anyway, just given, you know... Oh. Just given the fact that I've been doing a lot of long levels and a lot of stuff like this. Okay. And I make it to the subworld. Yes, I can. Lots of Goombas on our way out of the subworld. Now, you said that the subworld is the hardest part, right? We'll see if that's actually true. For the most part, it seems like if I dodge the fire accurately, I can outpace a lot of what's going on with Bowser. No checkpoint, though. So, Rammers, I actually did get what was apparently the first clear on your previous version of Divine level, because I saw it come up today as I was starting the stream, and I saw it at 0 and 0, and actually I think it was already a revision of something else that, like I'd seen you post it twice at least today. And we actually did get the first clear on it. But you had already taken it down by that point to upload the latest version that you just submitted to the stream, which I am still willing to play. I will absolutely go back to that and try to clear it again now that we've actually learned the level. I will say that we really struggled with the part that was after the checkpoint, in that the part after the checkpoint did take me longer than the rest of the level combined. Don't worry about the re-upload. I was actually commenting, you know, when I was playing it on the stream earlier, that I would not be surprised if you wanted to re-upload, just to retune some things. Especially if you did anything with the pink coin spacing near the very end. I had a lot of fun with it. Lots of fun, which is why I am willing to play the latest edition now that you're actually here. But, oh yes, we died to the last segment of that a lot. But yeah, no, I don't mind looking at yours again later in the stream. Mostly because you're already queuing after all the people who had to, you know, kind of bear with it the first time, although I guess, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, no, I had a communication error because the level was taken down and replaced. That was very clearly what was going on. Yeah. So, Rammers, simply because I spent a lot of time on the early edition now, like, I may make a slight modification and I might not, depending on who is online, I might not do sub next for your level until we are through the people who came in ahead of you, simply because they did watch that level already. So I may hold off on yours until I at least get through the people who had to sit through it once. Just out of fairness to them, since they have been very patient with me already. Okay. Got back here very quickly, all things considered. I will need the high spin, I think, in order to get through that bit. Yeah, considering how crazy this early part looks, it is not bad at all. Like, there's a lot of stuff here that when people kind of look at it, especially if they're just watching it on stream, it's going to feel like absolutely dreadful level design. But this is very, very playable. Like, way more playable than it looks. Of course, I say that because I've gotten a couple of like really fortunate draws from how the Bowser timing is working out. And that's not always going to be the case. Staying on the top snake seems to be a solution to a lot of things, though. Oh, thank you for dropping by and staying for so long, Mike. Glad you came by, and hopefully you'll be back. Yeah, I do know the high jump super boss, and I was already considering using it in the cloud segment, given that I was judging some of the height there and realizing that I would probably have to use it to go from cloud to cloud. Yeah. And yeah, we'll try to make a reasonable attempt on the subworld. Depending on how that goes, I'll see if I can actually get anywhere close to finishing this one. Yeah, Super Boss, if I don't finish it in this session, you are probably welcome to resubmit it unless there's something really bad that I run into later. But, you know, if you manage to catch me on a different stream, or we might even be able to fit it into the sort of catch-up and unfinished business session that I tend to do on weekends. Although my plans for this weekend's stream are already pretty booked up, so we'll see how that goes. But basically, if I don't finish it, you know, we're learning enough about this that I actually wouldn't mind revisiting it, giving it a fair shake, from what I'm seeing so far. Because I don't feel like anything has been really, really mean to me yet, and that might change. I might run into something that is actually as dreadful as it looks. But we don't know that yet. And so in the meantime, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Oh, just a little bit low on that. No, that's okay. I'm going to try to make a decent run at the subworld first. Like I said, I don't tend to enforce things like time limits very strictly on the stream, simply because sometimes, you know, levels do take a little bit longer to shine. And so, yeah, I don't really mind. Why does Abu have golden wings? Do they always have golden wings, or is it just here when they're illuminated by the lava theme? Or did I just never notice that, despite... No, I think it is just lighting in this level, actually. Just lighting in this theme that makes all of the wings look like they're glowing when they are reflecting the surface of the lava. See that with Bowser's wings as well. I never really thought much about that artwork, but you can really notice it with the Boos due to the color contrast with the whiteness of the Boo. You'll see what I mean when you get back to the Boo with the wings. It is something that I think is just specific to how the lighting engine is working when everything is sitting over lava. Oh, whoops, I got a bit stuck there, but we made it. Didn't activate that lower track, but we don't really need it since I always take the top track anyway. And since you depart from the lower tracks, you know, pretty much right away. Yeah, I don't really use the lower tracks at all, except for a little bit of safety early on. I think this is fine. And, yeah, here we are. Oh, a little bit slow there. I should have gone up the bounce platforms when I was able to. I don't actually need to use the spin and high jump until much later. Until I'm further up within that one jump that is going to be cloud to cloud. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bit of a close call there, but we managed to do something with it. Try to hold that boo in position. Yeah, this is really quite manageable compared to a lot of bullet hell stuff that I've done before. It just kind of looks like garbage at first to people who might see it and just immediately skip. And this level was made a month ago? Okay, yeah. I sometimes pay attention to the upload dates, especially when something is very new. The fact that First Clear has been available for a month is actually kind of surprising to me. Unless this was a recent re-upload. Okay, here we go. Oh. No, it still had 0 clears out of about 200 attempts. But I can imagine that some people, if they run into this for endless, yeah, they're going to look at the first screen and they're going to skip. And I think you know that. Because it, you know, if you're just judging a level by the first screen, it looks like the kind of thing where, you know, people would just be very shocked at it and they would think, okay, no way is this going to be any good, but I'm actually enjoying this a lot more than I expected to. I mean, there is a certain degree of RNG to it, but, you know, it's not 100% RNG. I've seen what actual 100% RNG is, and it's not this. And yeah, Lord Koopas, if you want to race me to first clear on this one as well, you're perfectly invited to do so. Whoops. Okay, so it was a re-upload from today. Well, I mean, I have a patience for different things than a lot of other Mario streamers do. I mean, I've played a lot worse than this. And part of it is that this level actually does give me room to jump around and improvise. Like, I may be playing around a lot of RNG, but I don't have to play around a lot of like really super tight corners or anything yet. And so I find that when I actually have the space to have a lot of flexibility to improvise, I can, you know, make something into an experience that is somewhat fun. That's not the case for some other Mario players who really want things to... Like, they don't mind if things are super precise, but they do want things to kind of work 100% of the time. I'm not too concerned about things working 100% of the time in a viewer level context. I mean, depending on how late it is in the level, of course, and how things are sometimes checkpointed, or, you know, whether something feels fair. But the unfairest part of this level is right at the very start. And that's fine, because the restarts are very quick. If there was an extremely RNG-dependent segment like the opening screen that, you know, takes place much later in the level and requires you to retry a lot of stuff to get back to something that doesn't feel like it's under your control, that would be a much bigger problem. But it feels like most of the re-rolling I have to do in this level is just from the first screen. And so it's not that big a deal. And yeah, you might as well tell me the history. Like I said, I'm not going to be staying on it that much longer. I might give it about 5 more minutes. But I do want to make a serious run at the subworld to see if I can do much with it. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of room to react to things here. It's really not that punishing. Of course, you know, some people are also just very unfamiliar with Meowser's patterns. Particularly because, you know, 3D World is in some ways underrated. Meowser is underused in good, inventive contexts. But I've had a fair bit of experience actually playing with Meowser, both in the editor and as a player, and so I'm not really too fussed about this stuff. That really kind of restricted my movement, though. That one there was not so much in my control. Okay. Okay, I need to not slow down there at the Piranha because the jump will struck me every time. I have been making a little bit too much of an adjustment as I approach the Piranha. I know that 2 long jumps are enough to get me up to that point. I sometimes just lose a bit of momentum when I stop, and I think some of it might be like a diagonal input that I'm not intending. See? Not too bad. I read this once, just find a pattern for it. Now the next segment, the next segment I think is a little more dangerous in terms of getting sniped on my way up. Not this segment here, but I mean the part that is after the pipe. And yeah, the fact that you're already spending your Bowser and... Whoops, that was a big mistake. Bowser and Charvarg budget early on in this level also tells me that I won't have to deal with them when I respawn out the other side. I think out the other side, though, when you have all the Goombas by the exit pipe, though, that looks like fairly close to the flagpole. This level was supposed to be a run away from Meowser, since I destroyed the first 2 boss rushes, which I, of course, have not played. And the chaos within it worsened chaos, okay. Okay, I see. So this is meant to be part 3 of a series, as you were saying. And yeah, we'll see what I can do with it. But yeah, I mean, you know, first clear is unlikely to happen on this stream. But I feel like we actually are making a meaningful amount of progress on it. So. Now, for those of you who are watching or lurking, very likely I will close the queue right away upon dropping this level, so be prepared and be ready to submit or so. Yeah, I hit 60%. Given where I was in the subworld, yeah, okay. Whoops. Okay, that kind of sniped me that time, but I think my timing going into that segment was a little bit different. Yeah, once I actually get going, once I run, I'm not too concerned about this level. Although I started to get a little bit sniped there. But I just need to get off of the opening screen. Once I'm off of the opening screen, I actually am mostly home free for a while. Oh yeah, Edgy Buttergum. I mean, I'm about to drop it, but I haven't really been on it for that long, all things considered. Okay. But yeah, just want to make a serious attempt at the second part of it after the pipe. Yeah, but Super Boss, that's actually fairly normal for my stream for levels that are harder. I mean, sometimes people send me very short traditional stuff, and it balances things out, and so that's why I say the average wait time historically is about 20 minutes a level. The way I determine that is more that, like, I look at how many levels I get through when I'm done with the stream, and usually it comes out to about 3 levels an hour. That's partly because I am willing to sometimes spend half an hour on something if I feel like I'm making meaningful progress. And I know it kind of burns people out sometimes if they feel like they're waiting a long time to get played, but that's why I try to guarantee that, you know, they will get played if they stick around. And the other thing too is that, like, I do not mind if people want to lurk or have a second stream going. You know, if they have a faster queue they want to get into first, or if they kind of duck out and back in, as long as you're online when you actually do get called. I don't mind if you know, drop off and on. Yeah, hopping between this and YouTube, perfectly normal. Perfectly normal. So Rammers, it looks like you have a new revision already. I'm going to try to make it to the pipe one more time, and then I will probably stop at that point. That's assuming I can make it to the pipe. I feel like the last few attempts have been much less successful in terms of getting off the opening screen. Yeah, but if I can get off the opening screen and get to the subworld once more, I'll try to make a fair attempt at that, and I'll probably call it from there. Okay. Usually goes decently well from here. Yeah, not too concerned. There's usually one Bowser jump right around here, as expected. Okay. Pretty manageable. Not really too concerned. Yeah, this part's easy. Okay, here we go. Okay, Flying Boom Boom. I don't know what to do. I feel like I must have had to go left. I'm going to cut it at this point, because that's new content that I do not have time to learn. But thank you for the submission. We'll see how it goes if you manage to resubmit it to me at that point. Not for this stream, though, because I am going to close submissions at this point. And I was not supposed to go there, you say. Okay, yeah. I mean, if there are some fixes that are already obvious to you from seeing my playthrough of this level and some revisions you want to do, I mean, you're certainly welcome to do that before the next time you try to send it my way. But it seems like we made a fair amount of progress. So we'll just drop it at that point and move on. So thank you once again, Super Boss, for the submission. When I get to yours, press more info to see the setup for the boss fight. Okay, Edgy Buttergum, you may have to remind me when I actually do pull yours up. We are going to do sub next first. Now, the Awesome Lamp had something that apparently already had a race for first clear earlier stream. So I assume you want me to play the new auto shell jump thing. Up A shell jump stupidity. Twice as long, 1,000,000 times harder to make, and 98%. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I use B for jump button, but we'll see what I can do. And do I hold it right from the beginning? Yes, I do. Okay. Just looking for potential ways to optimize this, which I will probably not be doing. Oh, so the slide down a shell on that diagonal there looked pretty interesting. That's the kind of thing I would never actually want to execute intentionally, which looks very cool when it just kind of works. Yeah, feeling pretty good about my shell jump skills all over this place. Very tightly tuned everything here. Just looking at how all of the object spawns are working. I mean, I usually, when I play auto levels, try to come up with some kind of story or narrative to make it cohere, but I think the story to this one is Mario is really good and makes a lot of shell jumps in the hands of an extremely skilled Kaizo player. Okay, and yeah, that was pretty much tightly tuned to be exactly on the dot. And I really, having seen that now, I really admire Lord Koopas' efforts to try to optimize that any further, because you were not kidding about this thing being extremely tight in terms of having a lot of inflexible positioning next to how the shells are going to be launched. I totally forgot to actually close, but Dictionary Bullet Bill, I will absolutely accept that submission. Thank you for a legend 20 seconds. I am closing at this point. Okay, so yeah, thank you once again, Awesome Lamp, Dictionary Bullet Bill, for getting in that last submission before your follow. Just give me a moment, I'm going to edit my stream info before I get everything else. And yeah, so if you are here and already in the queue, I will get to everybody who is online when called, so don't worry about me dropping off before I get to yours if you are able to stay. You might have to stay a while depending on the difficulty of the levels, but I will get to everybody who stays in. You'll repeat your message since chat's popping now. You said, I mean, I probably won't, but if you want me to, I'll clear it and give it indicators. No, it doesn't matter, Super Boss. You know, you make your judgment about whether or not you want to make any revisions before you resend it. I will say that I had no idea where to go when I was approaching that boom boom up top. Now, let me just make sure the bot is properly displaying as closed, and I will move on with the next submission. Okay, Vegabomb 91. Vegabomb 91 does not appear to be here. And so it looks like we'll almost certainly be getting to Redox next. And so yeah, as I said earlier, Rammers, I will be holding yours for later simply because a lot of the people in the stream already watched the earlier version. But I will play yours when I get to it. You will repeat what you said earlier because your level is basically hell. Okay. I'll keep that in mind when I get to it. I will probably at least look at the one that you want me to play first, and then we'll try to follow that instruction. Let's take a look at the latest from Redux. That is going to be JXY Magic the Gathering. Okay, Superboss, yeah, thank you for dropping by. You're certainly welcome to come back in. Okay, so the last Ant Bender. This is going to be a brand new level, version 1.0, and we are expecting, of course, a lot of yeah, speedy Redux interactions, I guess, within a span of 50 seconds, at least for the person who had already cleared it. Night Ice Precision level. Okay, I'll think about it, because Precision is probably the genre that I tend to have the most issues with. Reached a goal without leaving the ground. I did not follow instructions. I see. That's just a landing zone. We just need to land a little more accurately to the right, and then wall jump up, and then land back on the ants. Okay. Whoops. Yeah. Or maybe the coins are indicative of a double tap. Okay, no. Just need to get around the low ceiling there, and then, yeah, once I get the timing sorted out for the ant markers, I feel like this level will come together very quickly. No speedrun this time. Okay, I should not think in speedrun mode then. I should actually be careful. Oh, too late. Spent a little too much airtime there. Well, no speedrun in the sense that the timer is giving me 100 seconds. Clear was obviously doable in half of that time, but it does mean that I have a little bit more wiggle room to adjust around the wall jumps. And so I don't need to worry about the wall jumps being extremely tight. I can hang on until I am, in fact, ready to go over. Like that. Oh, whoops. Yeah. I do need some of those additional bounces. Yeah, the reason I generally have time, or rather, the reason I generally have trouble with some precision levels, Lord Goofus, is simply because, yeah, they do tend to have a lot of repetition that does not give me new things to talk about. Like, if they are about, you know, dodging very specific hitboxes and such. Like, often there is going to be a lot of repetition that isn't really generating new content, if you know what I mean. But we'll see. I always try to keep an open mind about level design and give everything a try. So, and we've definitely had some good, more precision-oriented levels from time to time. And so, I'll definitely look at it. And if we need to switch levels, we'll switch levels. Okay. Oh, no. I should really be using the wall jump here on the left side here, actually. I'm going to take this attempt to just scout ahead a little bit to see what we're dealing with. Okay. Yeah, glad you checked in while I was playing this. Yeah. I have been playing Redox's levels for quite a long time, so... Definitely a set of levels that has very interesting use of 3D world mechanics to kind of, you know, create a lot of moving parts in a way that a lot of makers haven't really explored, just given that 3D world, I think, is generally underused. Okay, we failed the condition, but I just want to see how we're going to do everything here. I really do need to get up on the left for the wall jump, I think, even though there are not any coin indicators telling me to do so. Need to use the scroll and also the second consecutive bounce on the ants a little more often. I'm doing. Yeah, I love clear pipes. Favorite thing about clear pipes, though, is the fact that things that are traveling inside clear pipes do stay globally loaded. And I was first introduced to that by a puzzle level that somebody submitted to me a few weeks ago, and it was amazing in that it allows you to create some really interesting puzzle layouts that, you know, encompass the whole span of the level. And the nice thing about that is that, you know, generally, like, the limitation with 3D World is that all the elements are just absolutely huge, right? Like, you see so many things that are a 2x2 elements, and everything just takes up so much space. And so the fact that you can kind of extend the amount of space you have available for contraptions using clear pipes, and extend it by a great deal, is something that makers should be more aware of. Okay, we missed this again. It took me a little while to react to it. I am just going to scout ahead to see how this is going to work. It does seem like it's vital for us to preserve this ant throughout the level. We did need to bounce up and through the pipe. We'll jump over and... okay. Another on-off switch afterwards. Okay, whoops. Watch the pipe entry timing a little bit better on my side. A fireball race of some sort? Yeah. I've definitely seen a lot of clear pipe race levels that involve things like throwing crates into them, for instance. And that's very similar to the kind of idea you're talking about. But yeah, you can imagine how having a fireball set off something like a bomb trigger would have a lot of potential. Okay, build a condition, but did want to try and continue just to learn some of the timings. I tell myself every time that I should continue to learn some of the timings, and then I die anyway by running into the ant. Okay. Whoops. Okay, no, I thought I was actually going to be able to ride the ant back if it hit the on-off, and then I hit the switch just a little bit early. Because I missed it on the first cycle when I was thinking, okay, the ant will just bounce back. And I just did not read that very accurately when it comes to my own timing. Okay, no. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, the adjustment there was really a bad idea. Oops. Okay, let's try to see more of the level just to learn it. Yeah, it's segments like this that the generous clock handy. That's going to be consistent, good. And that I'll need to hit the wall jump fairly accurately. Okay, no. Well, I haven't really done this successfully, like, ever. That's okay, we'll try to see more of this. Yeah, sometimes I make a very poor prediction as to when the ants will actually enter the pipe. I should watch that animation a little bit more closely in order to learn that. Pretty much as soon as it makes contact. Okay, no. Bit of a bad wall slide there, slowed it down a bit too much. Okay. Okay, so far so good. I hesitated on that jump, I was thinking I wouldn't make it, and I fell back down, and that didn't work. But we actually preserved the clear condition up to that point, which is a major improvement in terms of setting a new record for how far we've gotten in this level while still being able to clear it. So that was a landmark attempt. Okay, no. I should have noticed that time that I would only have time for the single bounce. Okay, just some things to clean up. It's not going to be 100% consistent on my part depending on how we make the bounces, and I can see that that's part of the reason why you wouldn't have made this a speedrun oriented level, simply because there are some things with the way you bounce on the ants that won't necessarily be a good fit for anything really tight or timing dependent. It's given that, you know, the number of bounces I have available, it's often going to be something that has a little bit of variance to it. So I'll jump on the side over to the ant, and then that would be the limit of our progression so far. Yeah, no, I really do need to get that second bounce right away. That's okay, let's learn this. Let's just get as far as we can. Nope. Haven't really seen the level past that point yet, but... yeah, you'll notice that everything in this level is pretty much set up to also prevent Mario from entering the pipes. It's always just going to be the ant entering the pipe, except for segments like this over there where I'm wrapping around. Yeah. Very interesting concept for how few elements are actually in use here. How few distinct elements, rather. Whoops. That's going to be a bit of a challenge, and that will probably require a twirl to slow me down next time. But we are learning more of the level as we go. Whoops. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, sometimes I make poor estimates. Okay, so that's going to be the same kind of setup as before. That's going to be the same kind of fall as before. That's going to be interesting here. It looks like it's going to be wall jump, fall, wall jump, and then over to the ant. And I need to do that fairly quickly in order to beat its pipe timing in that segment. You have to go real soon, it's really late, so you'll go after your level. No worries. Absolutely no worries. And yeah, I do know that sometimes it is a bit shocking to people who come here for the first time, like how long I spend per level. I know it's kind of above average compared to what most other streamers do with like a 15 or 20 minute limit. So I'm always grateful for the patience of the people who do stick around and wait to get played, and if you need to leave right afterwards, there is no problem with that. And thank you for staying for as long as you have. Certainly look forward to seeing yours. Seriously late, yeah. Yeah, considering that you came in from however long you spent watching Chris's stream, I can certainly imagine it being late. And I know that Chris tends to run pretty late as well, relative to a lot of other streamers, having kind of hung out with him before, and And I also appreciate that. I know Chris's stream is one that often, if I remember correctly, also abides by the rule that I keep, which is that because we're still a small stream where it's practical to do this, is to try to make sure we get through everybody who does queue, instead of leaving anybody hanging. You know, nobody wants to wait for hours just to not get played, right? That's just our privilege as relatively small streamers, that we can kind of guarantee that for you. Oh, I should have noticed that I could not go back, actually, because I would have to deal with that all the way. That's okay. Let's try to learn the rest of this and just to get the jumps down and to learn some of the timings. Okay. Yeah, that timing is going to be a bit weird. And, yeah, no real room to catch up or adjust after that. And it's just gonna go. And then that's where you need it, and then that's near the end. Yeah, Rogan, I am not surprised at all that you don't do the 15-minute max streamers, considering that, like, I would imagine that very few of them are puzzle streamers, as some puzzles, like even extremely basic one-screen puzzles with, you know, a 50% clear rate, like basically one attempt to learn it, one attempt to do it, like, even those don't fit in 15 minutes, right? Very often you'll just need a little bit more time to think and learn the interactions and just try some things out. And so for anything that's more elaborate than that, yeah, some levels really do need more time to shine. And I'm glad I can show that off because, you know, I try to keep things relatively under control for fewer levels in terms of, you know, I start thinking about moving on at about the 20 to 30 minute mark, but the kind of levels I like tend to be long ones anyway, as people who are regulars here know. And I don't mean long necessarily in terms of being a high difficulty grind, but as regulars know, I mean I love playing a lot of huge multi-checkpoint levels and boss rushes and puzzles and things that take a little more time and effort to appreciate. And I feel like with fewer levels that sometimes a lot of those levels can be very well made and still underplayed because of, you know, just because of being a bad fit for format. Okay. What's the big surprise at the flag? No big surprise at the flag. Yeah, some people definitely do kind of get annoyed, but, you know, they leave and they don't come back, and it just means that we have good levels from patient people. So, thank you for that, Redox. I knew I could do it. Okay, Lord Koopus, once again, thank you for sticking around for so long. I hope you get a good night's or a good morning's sleep after I play your level. And as you said, I will try one of those, and then if it's not really working out, I'll try the other one. But yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons I don't keep a timer, is because I want to give myself flexibility. There are some levels that really do need, you know, 30 to 40 minutes. And if I want to extend that because I'm past checkpoint 2 or because I'm just having a lot of fun, I want to be able to do that. I will try this level first. I realized that there are 0 clears, and you kind of warned me about the level of precision. You did tell me, I'll just go to your profile first, you did tell me that if it's not working out, I should try a different one, right? So, I'll just kind of preview that first. I have to scroll up a bit through chat to recover. Ah, yeah, much easier level, shooting Superstar. Love how much easier is 0.64. We'll give Fright of the Night Bite a look first, and then, you know, we'll go for that first clear. If we are nowhere even remotely close, or if I just am not having fun with Precision, we'll do the other one. Because, yeah, like I said, sometimes Precision, you know, if I feel like it's not giving me much new material to really talk or think about, then you tend to drop it. Oh boy. And it's slippery. Okay. Let's try to at least reach the on-off switch. I feel like that's going to be a tall order, but... looks like there's a little bit of safety twirling that we can do in order to... Like, I can do a ground pound here if I react quickly enough, and the ground pound would reposition myself such that I don't have to deal with that spike. The flag is at its default position. Okay. Well, maybe short in terms of length. I can tell it's going to be long in terms of grind. I'll give it a few fair attempts, but then I will almost certainly switch to speedrun, to be honest. But if I can make it to the on-off switch, like, I'll consider it progress. Stand at the tracks, okay. You're assuming I'll make it to the tracks. I'm glad you warned me about this and the fact that I might just want to switch to the speedrun, because looking at this, I think I might just want to switch to the speedrun. You know, I'm glad it's something that is an arrangement we made beforehand, but... Ice plus spike precision, I mean, we'll try to figure out some of these things, but this is precisely the kind of thing I'm not good at. Yeah, trying to inch over a little bit to dodge that hitbox, and because I'm on the ice, that just didn't work out at all. That's okay, we'll make a few more attempts at this, but I won't spend too long on it, so I have as much time as possible for the speedrun while you are still awake. Yeah, because I can see I can kind of twirl over. Oops. Try to make a drop that is dead center on that icicle. Then it's the next jump after that. Yeah, and I'm trying to inch over just quickly enough that the icicle doesn't fall too soon for me to get out of the way of that spike. There we go. Oops, that was terrible. Yeah, if I can make that third jump, I'll feel like I accomplished something with my life today. Oh look, I made that third jump. Like I said, I'm gonna try to reach that switch. I don't really think I'll be able to hit that switch, but I can try to reach it. Look at that. Precision plus ice is definitely not. Yes. But the thing about precision is I always remind myself, well, hey, the maker had to go through this too in order to clear check it. So somebody has had it worse. Yeah. And at least the jumps feel different. Like each of the different motions you're making in this are a little different from the last one. And see, I actually am making some progress here. I just don't have a method to slip in under that spike next. I really don't think I'll be able to do it, but at least each of the jumps feels different. Because then there's always like one specific element you can work on, right? Like I find that a lot of the issues I have with precision levels often is that, you know, they can feel very uninteresting if people make them all about spike deaths and not enough about the motions that the player is actually going through. Spent all day just beating this. You were half asleep and you finally did it. Okay. Well, clearly that's not a good sign for me doing it, so I'm going to look at the speedrun. But yeah, thank you for setting that anyway. I mean, it's definitely not the kind of thing I can beat, but I do not regret taking a look to figure out the first few jumps. Shooting Superstar, 20 seconds. Make sure to hold a jump. Whoops. How did I exit your code? Hang on, I need to punch in your code again. I've got it though. Whoops. Finger just kind of slipped. Yeah, Trump jumps can't do those at all. Cannot do those. I have a vague idea of what they are, but... Oh, hey! Ator has the record on this. Also the fellow who's Nobody Can Say My Old Name, right? That's the streamer I'm thinking of. Yeah, I drop by his stream every now and then, and he drops by mine, and so... That's what happens when we stream in close proximity, as I'm not surprised that we get a lot of the same makers coming by. Well, if he beat it, I am sure that I can make a fair crack at it as well. Shooting Superstar, tight speed run with smooth jumps, make sure to hold it. Jump going through gaps. Let's try to follow instructions. Yeah, Alex, you're a little late, but Alex, we will probably run the backlog stream tomorrow, and so since I have your Super World in progress already, I might be able to do something then. Today we'll see if, okay, 20-second speed run, this is way off. But, okay. But yeah, Alex, we'll see how long the current queue takes. Whoops. Oh, I have to go right away. Reach the goal of Super Mario, okay. No. I think I just need to run directly so I can maintain a star over the Munchers. There we go. Oh, I see. So if I jump precisely, then I want the rolling position from the star. Okay, yeah. That's actually quite neat. I have rarely seen the star used that way, even in precision context. Or in a speedrun context, rather. In order to get through the one-tile gaps. And it should be smooth if I just follow the coin trail. And I want to hold jump in order to maintain the star position. Yes, that's right. I'm not doing crouch jumps. I am doing regular jumps. Oh, you mean the crouch jumps that I was doing earlier when I was seeing the level for the first time? Yeah, no. I know now that that's not how to do it. I just need better takeoff timing. And holding jump with the star will get me through the rest. And that's very clear to me now. I can't skip the mushroom because of a clear condition. Yeah, that's right. Oh, whoops. Okay, no, a little bit late on the takeoff every time, and I know why. It's because I'm not compensating for the extra speed I get from having the star. So I always expect to be jumping a little bit later, because star speed is throwing me off a little bit. Whoops, no, that's a miss. I'm not going to make the timer. I don't know if that's supposed to be a slide. It looks like I should just be running instead of sliding. Streamer actually skipped the mushrooms, so he had to re-upload it. Okay. Yeah. I can definitely see that the whole point of the mushroom is to enforce this particular star interaction of getting through the one-tile gap. Yeah, this is maybe the first time I've seen a level that is centrally about that. Centrally about how you jump with the star. I know you can't run through. Okay, it's a slide. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, good to have that clear. That is a slide. I'll just need to take off accurately out of that slide when I get to the end of that descending segment that's 2 seconds in. Oh, yeah, it's a little late. Use sliding to stop P-speed because P-speed messes up the spin. Okay, that makes sense. I haven't played nearly enough with star-related mechanics, and I think it's usually because invincibility just breaks so many things in most levels that, you know, unless you have a level that's very focused around paths that require a star like this one, that in a normal context, I think the star is actually something that most makers are very reluctant to provide to the player. And so that just leads to an effect where I have a general lack of practice with it. For example, oh, you're telling about the YouTuber that you're watching, I see. I missed your earlier message. Edgy, better go. I can't say that I really am familiar with that subreddit. I know that the Am I the Asshole subreddit has really taken off in the last few months for some reason, partly because people read the thing and they realize that everybody who posts there actually is an asshole. But I don't really know about the one that you're talking about. She's telling her daughter to change her look, but it looks like... That's quite something as a comparison. Yeah, underutilized power-up in an underutilized style. I guess it's kind of... Like, I don't know if you're talking about SMB3 as underused or the pipe style in particular, because I find that a lot of people do get a lot of mileage out of the pipes in SMB3 simply because they are aesthetically so unique. Actually, there's quite a lot going on in the SMB3 theme artwork that I think is not nearly exploited enough. I found that Night Castle was really underused until the frog suit came in. And once the frog suit came out, I think people realized that that was a very good fit to make Night Castle much more playable. Yeah, SMB3 website had a late takeoff. It's very curious to me that SMB3 is underused, and I wonder if it's just a generational thing. It's like, you know, SMB3 was, for the longest time, like really one of those big shared monumental experiences in games history that everybody was just talking about for years. Like, you know, the way that people talk about, or had talked about, Ocarina of Time for the longest time is like being this big thing that everybody remembers as a landmark game. That was how I remember people talking about SMB3. And so there is tons of nostalgia attached to it, right? And I say that as somebody who personally is from the Super Mario World camp. Like, if you are going to compare apples to oranges, I mean, I'm guess more personally attached to Super Mario World myself, but it's sort of interesting that people wouldn't build it in SMB3 as much, despite the fact that the way that you can use held items in it without worrying about things like the up throw and without worrying about the same kinds of item abuse are a very interesting design space. Oops, missed that jump. You had to watch an ad? Okay, I didn't trigger that, so... But I don't really have much control over how Twitch occasionally chooses to give me 1 cent. It's not the typical Florida man thing, yeah. So, I had someone sort of explain the Florida man thing to me a while ago in terms of why it's Florida, and it turns out that it's because Florida apparently just has a lot more public reporting of the minor strange misdemeanors and things like that. Basically, like, the press has more access to that information in Florida, and so in Florida it is over-reported compared to other states. That's what I've heard. And that's why you know, have this stereotype of the superhero named Florida man that just does everything weird that California man is unwilling to do. Oh, oops, missed that jump again. Oh, okay, you get ads if Twitch crashes, I see. Oops. Yeah, I don't really tend to browse kind of general interest Reddit these days at all. I mean, I don't spend much time on Reddit these days anyway. I got into Reddit, like, the peak of my Reddit use was like back in 2011. You know, I don't know if people still remember the Ask Me Anything Rampart thing where Woody Harrelson showed up and, you know, people didn't ask him about the film he was promoting, which was Rampart. But like I remember live when that happened, and when kind of early era Reddit was a big thing because that's when I was using it most heavily, and I find that I've mostly just left it since. The bonkage is, like, I feel like it's not going to be so much a timer issue, it's more that you have to keep the star alive. And, if you lose a dash, you're going to get stuck in a lot of elements. And so there's no point in trying to continue it anyway. Like, it's not even so much that timer's going to be enforced, if it's something that's approximately 18 seconds, like, that's perfectly fine. And yeah, as you say, it is also Florida. That's very true. And Florida is, in some ways, just a very weird state composition. And I say that, but I mean, I've visited Florida, and I have enjoyed my time there. I think a visitor or tourist's eye view of Florida can be very different from that of a resident. Oh, lost a lot of time on that slide. Okay, I'm not entering that slot very accurately, and I think I'm still coming in a little bit late, given how I'm coming in a little bit low on the coin trail. Oops. You're going to rework something, and you may as well resubmit. Okay, that's fine, Remmers. And Remmers, if I see it up tomorrow, I might run it anyway, since I'll likely be doing the backlog stream. But if you want to take a little bit longer with that, that's fine as well. If you want to look at anything for playtesting purposes at the beginning of this stream, which will be kind of converted to a permanent VOD sometime after the stream closes, and if you want to look at the first hour of the broadcast, then you'll be able to see the earlier version of it as well, in case it picks up anything in playtesting that you want to address, particularly with the section right after the checkpoint near the end. In case you want to do any tuning with it. The aesthetic in this level is great. I've played a lot of levels in this theme before, and I feel like this theme is one of the more attractive ones in Mario Maker, because the color scheme is something that's very much under control, and the backgrounds have a lot of power over it, in terms of having the pipe semi-solids and the pipe ground tiles, just over black background and poison. Like, the way that you've connected green to the blue doesn't have any kind of negative impact on visibility, and actually kind of highlights a lot of the segments I should be looking for. And, much better to do it this way than to leave it empty. Yeah, but the visibility is good. It's a pretty attractive level. And on this theme, I actually think it's easy to make things look good in it. Which is why it's so interesting that SMB3 tends to be underused. Because like I was saying, there's a lot of things that are unique to it. I mean, you get Karibo's Shoe, which is also in SMB1, but you get Karibo's Shoe in a context where you also have access to held items and potentially the Super Leaf. So, these days I think the old Tanuki Leaf definitely feels a little bit dated as a light power-up in terms of how it actually handles. Yeah, I love this theme. It's, I had a level in this theme that I had kind of about 80% complete. That it was not a speedrun, but it looked very similar to this in terms of the pipe aesthetic. And I didn't end up actually finishing that level and publishing it, because there were some issues with it, but I might want to go back to it at some point, and this level is certainly reminding me that that's something that I might eventually want to do, because I do really like the look and feel of this style. Yeah, and the stiletto is wonderful. It's sort of wonderful, how many Maker-specific mechanics, be it the stiletto, which was introduced in 1, or things like the claws here that were introduced in 2, like, they really feel like a natural part of the Mario vocabulary at this point. Like, part of it is that I've played so much Mario Maker that, it started to almost overwrite my memory of how a lot of classic Mario worked. I need to take off right away there. I'm still late every single time. That's okay. I'm having fun with this. I'll be staying with it for a little bit longer. I feel like I am making progress. Yeah. The thing about the frog suit is that in a water context... Yeah. I'm obviously not going to make a timer, but I just wanted to see if I could get that jump down accurately. And yeah, I obviously only could afford to hit the switches once. That's how it was designed. I just wanted to see what this level was going to do. Whoops. Yeah, I was in the middle of making some kind of point about a frog suit. Yeah, the frog suits... I find that it's one of those things where, like the P-Balloon, people really need to adjust to the fact that you can't just dash all the time. You know, as experienced players, we're so accustomed to having the dash button held down all the time that people don't always realize the frog suit or the P-Balloon that that's often a thing that's killing you, is that you should not be dashing everywhere. After the blue skull platforms, it is nearly the end. Yeah, I can tell by the timer. The timer makes that very obvious to me. But yeah, you know, I know a lot of makers are sometimes very nice about saying, okay, if you want to drop, you can drop or whatever, but the thing is, if I'm having fun, I'll stick with it. Depending, of course, on the length of the queue and how tired I am and, you know, other considerations like that. But then that's why I leave things flexible, is so I can make my own judgments about timing. Oh, whoops. Gotta jump off that claw. But yeah, the fact that you had to use the slope to kill P-Speed in order to make this work, that's kind of interesting. Or the bumper, rather, to kill P-Speed. Because, like you were saying, I really don't think I would have thought about that. So. Oops. Okay. Yeah, and I do like how this level kind of changes things up as you go along, that it is still about the central concept, but it does feel like I'm kind of dealing with new kinds of jumps as I go along, and new kinds of surfaces to land on, even though the central interaction is consistent. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely tell that you put a lot of thought into this. Make it work. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, I need to get into the habit of taking off right away. Yeah. Otherwise I just get stuck. Pretty much as soon as I land, I need to get going. No, wait. And that's gonna be a slide. Once again, bumper plus slide for very similar reasons from what we saw earlier. Yeah, I think it's a good example of a level that has just enough complexity. Like, you don't want to be dealing with too much new information all the time, but in terms of just keeping it very focused on the central interaction, that even though you are dealing with things like the skull platforms and claws, fundamentally, you know, they're just kind of there to change up jump timing, right? Like, you're not, as the player, focused on the fact that you're in a claw, because you're going so fast anyway that you're jumping right out of it. It's just kind of there to manipulate your positioning, and so... Yeah. Okay. It's gonna be a slide, and then, yeah, I really do need to stay in that slide in order to get under the slope. That's... There are a lot of edge case slope interactions that sometimes are a little bit weird. You know, having to figure it out by doing it instead of having to work into it. This is definitely what you would consider your best level. Well, it's quite good. Definitely quite good. Yeah, it is a very unique take on this concept. Almost like having a screw attack in Metroid now that I got it. I never really thought about the star that way before, and I think pretty sure the star predates the introduction of the screw attack to Super Metroid back in 93 in terms of, you know, having the jump already work this way in SMB3 originally. But it does kind of remind me of the screw attack, and it also kind of kills everything you run into, so it's another similarity. But yeah, you know, speedrun levels are a dime a dozen, but it's not very often that I'd run into one that is kind of really fixated around a mechanic that people just don't use and don't think about. So, always nice to see a level that kind of takes something that is part of the basic toolkit and actually use it for once. Like, you know, this is not something that requires a big contraption setup or anything. It requires you to understand how to build around this very specific kind of... I'm glad it's been going over while in other streams as well then. Okay, starting to slip a bit on the early stuff. Okay. Yeah, a little bit late on that jump as always. I feel like the coin trail, like with the 2 coins at the entry point, is probably misleading me into taking off a bit late. When the way I should collect them is to jump right away and trust that the belt is just going to keep me on track. Feels like a lot of these are just built around the expectation of jumping as soon as you land. I actually feel like I don't see that many new Soup speedruns these days. I mean, I feel like the speedruns that feel the most cliche at this point are ones where you just kind of hit on-off switches the whole way while things explode around you, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, the kind of way in which people use the word speedrun, I think, has also changed around how they are denoted in Mario Maker. You know, in Mario Maker, people think of them as this tight 20-second or 40-second thing where you just have to stick to one very narrow path and stick on a coin trail. And it seems like a much more restrictive use of the word speedrun than what it has conventionally meant in games, in terms of, you know, optimizing a path for something that people don't normally try to optimize. And that's alright. Like, you know, it's partly here because we don't have a better word for it, in terms of these miniature levels that are all about running at high speed. Like, what else do you call it, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that in speedrun levels are just kind of, you know, people realize that they could get a lot of likes just for having a a lot of noise that looks good. Sometimes those levels are fun if they actually kind of bounce you around in interesting and unexpected ways that are still under your control. But sometimes the special effects are literally just special effects, right? Just window dressing. And they're not actually things that you interact with. You know, even if something that is spectacular, like a boo ring coming out of a block or something, is there to scare you or throw you off, if it manipulates the way that you are playing, then at least that's an interesting interaction. But if it's just something that's happening around you, and is just there to kind of make the level look explosive, then it doesn't really do so much for the experience of playing it. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely tell that with this level, that you wanted to make it a very focused experience. Okay, miss. 2 seconds left, pretty close to the end. I felt like I lost some time at a slide. Second slide. Your level is a new soup speedrun dictionary? Yeah, okay, looking forward to it. Not generic run back and forth. Yeah, that's fine. I'm looking forward to it, sure. I generally find that people who do submit the 20-second runs and such on my stream tend to be pretty decent at it. But the thing is, if you're making a really cliche kind of speedrun, right, like, you don't need me to boost your level on viewer. That kind of stuff just sails up the top charts anyway, and so when you see people kind of take the time to submit me something that is a 20-second speedrun, is typically the better kind that might require a little bit more thought or interaction, or just something to engage with that isn't, you know, a simple thing that looks explosive and cool. So, I feel like the quality of speedruns I get on this channel tend to be well above average. Edgy Buttergum, I completely understand why speedruns get so popular. It's because players get through them quickly and successfully, and if you're playing in Endless, it does stand out as something that looks better and, you know, better crafted than what they may ordinarily see. Like, it's a spectacular thing that most people are able to clear without much thinking. And so, you know, they're just kind of playing that by itself. They'll just think, okay, why not give it a look? And it's quick. It's the kind of thing that just kind of goes through a lot of players very quickly, particularly if they encounter it in Endless, which is the real test in some ways. Because as makers, you know, you guys all probably know already that, like, if a level gets to a really good start with a high likes ratio and everything, then it has one of two fates, right? Like, most commonly, it starts to hit the surge of players that all come in Endless, and that's when the level sinks because the people playing in Endless don't have patience for it. They just skip, or they might even boo it, or they might move on. Or they might not bother to give it a like, because whatever reason. But very rarely you'll have a level that decides to blow up instead of sink. And, you know, the stuff that makes it up to the top charts is kind of conditioned to do well with that specific moment when levels either blow up or die. Like, they're very well tuned for that specific crowd that kind of decides to grow through the level, starts reaching an audience that is not playing it based on some kind of personal relationship, like, you know, playing friends levels or playing viewer levels or whatever. Yeah. I've seen a lot of the Team Shell levels, and I know Space Pig runs Team Shell, but I've actually, I think, not really played Space Pig's own levels in Maker 2 anyway. And I should probably get started on that soon, given that Space Pig is one of the makers that's in 4YMM, which is coming up this weekend, which I highly recommend I'll pay attention to. I don't think Space Pig is in the first week. Space Pig is in one of the later. Yeah. But yeah, I've been seeing the Team Shell tag all over the place these days because it seems like Space Pig has landed on a good maker community with that. Oh, whoops. 1 second left. I probably could have made it. I just needed to get through the last jumps. I think by the timer, I actually could have made it. I was seeing that for the first time, and so I needed to that last bit. But yeah, I mean, you know, if levels kind of have a very good start with things like streamers or friends or other makers that you send them to, and then they kind of die in Endless, you know, it's not something that says anything about the quality of the level. Like, all it tells you is about whether it's a good fit for Endless. I think that most of the best levels I've played all die very quickly in Endless. And it's just because, you know, people have a very different calculation of risk and reward when they're thinking about how to set records and preserve lives. They just have a lot less trust they're willing to give you if you are demonstrating a new and original concept. They're much less willing to spend an early series of attempts on the learning phase of a concept or a level. It's just a totally different dynamic, I think, in terms of what people are looking for from Endless versus, you know, when you have a more direct form of contact with the maker, as you do with me here when I play. So yeah, I think, you know, a lot of the serious makers I know, they all kind of dread when their levels blow up in Endless, because they know that it's at that point that the plays without like start coming in, and maybe even the boos start coming in for all they know. That's when it starts happening, is when you finally reach that threshold of popularity. It's kind of a mixed bag, because, you know, I find that, like, in general, you know, one really engaged player who tries to understand your level and tries to wrap their head around it and understand where you're coming from as a maker is much more valuable than having 50 or 100 additional plays, right? Like, you know, you want an engaged audience. You want something that is able to reach people who like that sort of thing. The more inventive you are with your concepts, the narrower that field is going to get, right? Like, you are going to have people who are just not receptive out of all ideas that make them play a little bit differently. Then, you know, that's kind of the point of being able to find communities or find streamers who are a little more your style or a little more to your liking. In a way that you probably saw at the very beginning of this submission here, that, you know, Precision, for instance, is definitely not really my style. But something like this is, yeah, definitely willing to spend some time to, you know, really kind of understand what it's doing at a more detailed level. Your thought process is, can you one-shot it, and if you can, usually increase the difficulty? I don't know about that. I find that depending on how much time you spend playtesting as a maker, that if you can one-shot it as the maker, that's actually maybe a good thing, because it tells you that the mechanisms are going to be 100% reliable. Because as a maker, like, if you can't clear your own thing and your own setups, like, very close to 100% of the time, sometimes it can be hard to tell if it's actually just difficulty or if it's actually unreliability. You want it to be difficulty, depending on who you are tuning it for, but you don't want it to be something inconsistent. And, you know, even if you've made something very hard, I think by the time you're kind of at the point where you've tested something where you're ready for a clear check, that as the maker, it should feel easy to you if it is consistent. Depending, of course, on just what style of level you're making. I mean, it's totally valid to make something that's much harder than that and to tune things harder. I'm just reminded of, like, back in Diablo 3, like, you know, how there was this infamous interview with the developers, like, they were tuning the Inferno difficulty, like the highest difficulty at the time, and they were kind of approaching it like it was endgame raid content in an MMO or something, saying, okay, you know, took all the numbers that they could beat and they just doubled it. And that turned out to be maybe not the best idea for them, in terms of thinking that just raw numbers would make the fights more interesting, which it really didn't. But yeah, I mean, you know, we all kind of have to find our own approach based on what works for the audience that we're going for when it comes to difficulty tuning, so, you know, I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all rule or anything when it comes to that. Okay, clear. Well, thank you very much for that, Lord Koopas. That was actually a lot of fun. Great demonstration of a very specific concept. I see that I'm off the timer a little bit, and that's almost certainly because of the time I was losing from the slides, but I like the fact that the timer gave me the generosity of a second and a half at the very end as a bit of an error margin, just given that, you know, I wouldn't want to die to something like not sliding precisely enough, given that the concept of the level isn't really about that so much. So yeah, I thought that worked very well, and I hope you get some sleep. You might even want to get some breakfast before you sleep at this point, depending on how late it is. That might be a good idea. I know I do that all the time. So thank you for that, and we'll move on. Really clean to watch someone play this? Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad it's not the kind of experience that made you think, oh my goodness, he's exposing every single flaw and every soft lock and everything that I want to tweak, which is something that happens. So yeah, thank you for all the GGs and for all the congratulations. Edgy Buttergum, thank you for waiting for so long to get played and enjoying the YouTube videos of people making fun of Reddit in the meantime. It is now your turn. That's a 3-1H. And yeah, good night / morning to you, Lord Koopas. Okay, so this is the Gladiator. You know, it's kind of funny that the one time that I basically tell people I'm going to run a short stream today, I might prefer stuff that's over 1%. Everybody sends me stuff that is uncleared and is waiting for the first clear, because I think this is like probably the 3rd or 4th level in a row that has had no clears. But that's okay. I will definitely give it a try and to see what you mean when you say that without a timer. This is impossible. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to scroll up through chat because I know I missed a bunch of messages earlier when we were kind of ranting like an old man about difficulty design. But yeah, always good to have a lively conversation with makers, I think, about, you know, a maker-oriented perspective on things like difficulty tuning and level design. So yeah, I don't think I missed anything really critical. Morgan suggested earlier maybe they should require a driving license for being able to upload and play the premium queue. I don't know, I feel like some people should pass a Mario playing license before they're allowed to drive. Like, that seems to be a lot more harmful to people's safety. You know, if people have the kind of precision and reflexes to play something like a Kaizo level, I think I trust them on the road much more than I would otherwise. If they're the kind of people who only ever spend their time playing speedruns where they hit on and off switches, I don't feel as safe with them on the highway. Okay, let's move on to this level. And this was just made today. Dictionary, you said that yours is way harder than 1%. Yeah, no problem. I see that that label did absolutely nothing in terms of deterrence anyway, and so I'm willing to take a look at yours if we have you stick around long enough for it. Let's take a look. And yeah, okay, just 3 of you left after this one as well, and so... Oh right, because Rammers pulled out earlier to change his level a bit. Reach the goal as SMP2 Mario. Why does the timer matter if it's set to 500 seconds? Okay, here's a boss battle. It said without the timer, this is impossible. Oh, I guess you're referring to the boss time. Is it okay for me to... this... Okay, so I lost to SMB2. This looks like just a bit of a survival fight. Because I don't see anything I can actually interact with, even if I had the SMB2 mushroom on hand. There is a secret at the end if I get there with the SMB2 mushroom. Okay, I see. So I presume that will be my only access to SMB2. Yeah, I mean, this is very clearly just a bit of a timer survival room. It looked like it got off to a bit of a slow start, but now it's actually quite frantic, so... But at the same time, things are moving in enough of a controlled environment that I can actually read the level and do some planning. You say, without the timer, this is impossible. That's an interesting remark. It tells me something. The way that this level is structured. Oh, and it says reach the goal as SMB2 Mario anyway. Your condition. Oh, and there's a secret to start in the end if you get there without. Okay, I see. Now, why would I want this Goomba unless I'm able to chuck it at something interesting? But can I just throw it at... Okay, I guess not. Alright, so we failed the condition. I'm going to try to see the survival here. Glad you really completed this. It doesn't look that bad, honestly. I've seen bullet hells that are significantly more dense and busy. So, nothing to complain about so far. I mean, I have some people who submit to me who are kind of bullet hell specialists, and lately they've been sending me, you know, e-balloon dodging levels and such, so... This is relatively controlled, it's just that the timer is actually fairly long, like it is a long survival fight, from what I can see. Fake dev exit that leads to a game over screen. Oh, like this one here? Okay. Well, we'll take a look at this. I see that there's a Goomba with a spiny hat on, like it's a crown or something. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to take a look at your fake dev exit anyway. Nice. Fail. Okay. You cheat and earn nothing. All for what? Question mark, and I love how the question mark is kind of missing extra block. Maybe the question mark should have done as a series of question blocks. Now perish. And then, you know, you're going to have all the Goombas using up entity limit there to prove that you're really serious. Okay, we saw it. I'm happy. Oops. Timer matters because it's an exact 2-minute timer. 2-minute timer, that's going to be, what, 120 seconds? Okay, so we will be looking for about the 300-second mark. How long we have to last. On our Switch releases, and that's what gets the tracks going for the next set of fire bars that are going to come in anytime now. There we go. Don't really know what this keep the SMB2 mushroom condition is all about just yet. You were indicating to me that there was something that you could get to if you were without SMB2, so that indicates to me that like maybe there's an opportunity to recover the mushroom later in the level. Okay. Manageable complexity so far. Oops. Took our first hit. Okay, now the spinies are going to come in, and now the spinies are going to add to the complexity of this. sort of like watching or listening to musical instruments come in one by one as they layer themselves over. Something that begins very innocuously and becomes far more complicated. That was going to be a trap. That 323 seconds. Whoops. No, I should have just gone back to grab another mushroom. I accidentally hit up. That's fine. Yeah, we'll be seeing what happens at about the 300-second mark. Oh, it's so you don't kill the gladiator / the Goomba. Oh, okay. So I guess maybe I need the Goomba for something at the end. Oh, whoops. I wasn't paying attention because I was busy. Oh. I'm just going to reset this one. So yeah, I guess the SMB2 clear condition is kind of persuading us, as you said, to leave the Goomba alive. It looks like the Goomba will ultimately be needed to hit something for key. We know it's not going to be something on tracks because, as somebody reminded me the other day, the objects that are on tracks cannot hold the key. So maybe something will fall off the track or spawn in some different way, though. But ultimately, I'll have to look out for some kind of interaction that requires a Goomba throw. Possibly even carrying the Goomba over to do that. Sometimes these very basic mechanical questions, I know the answers to them, and in the moment of playing the level, I just kind of forget or become not 100% sure. And that's something that's fairly typical. That's the kind of error we make sometimes, is a knowledge error like that. Okay, well that was a bust, but we'll see if I can survive the rest of the timer just to see how the timer is going to end and what the interaction is going to be at the very end. Yeah, that's a Goomba kill. It looks like it might be a P-switch activation, and a P-switch activation might open up the bricks here. Unless it's something else that's going to get me a key while keeping me on this screen. Sort of interesting that you would have it controlled with bricks on the side instead of something else. Okay, got 3:10 on the clock. Got a heartbeat now. Oh no, that was just from standing over on that side. Let's go 3 seconds. And yeah, oh, I heard the key click right there. Right there, I heard the key click. And we just did not last long. No point in leaving the Goomba ungrabbed. I now see that there is no point. But I feel like the Goomba... Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And I can use that, in fact, to nuke the Spiny later when the Spiny comes in. And in fact, I think that's what I'll do, is I'll use that to control the Spiny. Although in some of the previous attempts, like in spite of the danger of having the Goomba walk around left and right, like it actually was advantageous to stand on top of it from time to time, to get that extra height when clearing the jump over the fire bars. Actually kind of useful. In an unexpected and perhaps risky way. But, you know, risk and reward. That's how it goes. Okay. I'm going to be a little bit behind in chat. I'm a little bit focused on this, of course. Okay, here's the Spiny that's in the lower track. Oh, no, the Goomba doesn't go under. But never mind, never mind. Oh, and there we go. Let's see if I get the key, though. That's going to be another 30 seconds or so. That's going to be a tall order. Yeah. think I should just stay away from the spiny side. If I stay away from the spiny side, then things go a little bit better. Dictionary bullet bill, it's not necessarily 300 seconds on a dot. It is 120 seconds from the time that I spawned into this room, approximately. So I spawned into it just a little bit under 420, as you can tell from all the fire bars just blazing it. And it was activating at about 298 or 299, so it's like pretty much exactly a 120 second timer. Depending on a track layout, I mean, there is obviously a track activation that's going on off screen. And yeah, if you want a timeout, you can do so. I mean, but if you get the key as 300 seconds, you might as well use the key. Point waiting around for that. Okay, so the Goomba will not actually be useful as a thrown item. It might be useful in the next room. I feel like that's probably the reason why it might have. We've still got quite a lot more survival to go. Yep, just a lot of moving objects to watch. Pay attention to whether the spiny is doing diagonal or straight, diagonal or orthogonal. But of course, as soon as I said that, I failed. Okay, so we lost the clear condition, but I'll see what the deal is after I get past the locked door, if I actually get past the lock. Whoops. You wouldn't win. The Goomba is for music purposes and for the meme. Wait, what meme? Not sure I'm aware of what the Goomba thing is, then. Although I guess, you know, maybe it's something from one of the big streamers that I've not been watching lately. But yeah, okay, using it for music control is kind of interesting. I mean, if you really wanted to be serious about music control, like, you know, Piranha Plants would be usable. But I see that it is very much a kind of the Goomba alive thing. Haha, Goomba, impossible boss fight. Okay, I don't know that. That's why I would not have recognized. But I did see you say something earlier about how you could just put the Goomba in this room. Oh, unless you're just talking about the general joke of like setting up a major boss room that just has a Goomba in it. I feel like I actually have not seen that very often, but then I also don't look at a lot of stuff like the top list very often, so there are sometimes some trendy things in Mario Maker that I'm just completely unaware of because of that. Whoops. Okay, missed a clear condition, but oh yeah, I guess so, because of proximity to the plants. That's very good. Oops. Yeah, nothing can activate from this timer if you're just talking about the clock. There are ways of getting things to activate at specific seconds if they are based on timing mechanisms that begin as soon as you enter the room. But it's always calibrated from, you know, when you enter a door or a pipe. You can have very precise timings that are calculated from that, or from setups that are from the very start of the loop. That's the only way to make the clock itself matter. The thing is, as long as I keep SMB2, I can't really kill the Goomba anyway, right? Like, I have to deal with it anyway. Because SMB2 Mushroom just prevents me from killing it outright. Okay. Okay, gonna have a diagonal next. Of course, the Spiny is moving fast enough that like planning around diagonal or orthogonal doesn't really matter. It's just moving too fast on that track, having wings on it, for me to really watch it and plan around it. Like, my eyes are mainly on the fire bars, and yeah, sometimes the Spiny not really able to plan around it yet. Well, I mean, if you really wanted to have music on full time, like, since everything is just kind of spawning from tracks anyway, you could do the normal thing with music and just create that diagonal lattice on the music layer, such that you're constantly running into reactivation. But, you know, if you want it on the Goomba, that's a much more cost-efficient way of doing it. I mean, it is kind of neat that you just have the Goomba here. It's kind of funny. But okay. Okay. Just try to stay focused, and of course I say that right as I die. Let's just start over. Yeah, Wart Steam is pretty neat. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is an interesting way of enforcing or reinforcing that you do need to keep SMB2. But yeah, I'll just take your word for it that I will not get any kind of refresh on the SMB2 Mushroom. Looks like it is just kind of there to enforce that you do need to survive this a 2-tile height. No. Okay. You have an idea for how you might cheese it, okay. Yeah, we'll see. I do enjoy this quite a bit as a survival fight, actually. I mean, I'm failing at it, but I do like the way that it escalates in terms of, you know, getting used to certain elements and playing around additional ones as they come in. I don't know that I will finish it in this session. I am aware that, of course, there are no clears on it yet. But we'll see. Thought I'd be running a short stream today, and that did not actually come to pass. That's partly because the levels have been good, and they've been fun to play and fun to stick with. But, you know, I mean, I wouldn't do viewer levels if it weren't generally a high-quality experience. Whoops, okay, that's not gonna go. Rounders are funny in the way that when playing normally it seems like they shoot all over. Yeah, that's, it's very true that, you know, like, if you have a good sense of vision for the 2 different angles that piranhas can shoot at, that you can just identify the safe spots very easily, but the fact that they're going to have a little bit different timing, I guess, depending on your position, and also just the way in which multiple piranhas are going to interact. Like, that makes it seem more chaotic, and I think partly it's because, you know, a lot of the difficulty with Piranha Fire, that even though the path is going to be very predictable, usually your concentration is on something else. Like, it feels like piranhas are often used in these contexts where they're kind of a secondary element, and that their fire is not the main thing that you're thinking about, it's sort of the additional thing that you're thinking about on top of the obstacle, which is making you jump around a bit. So yeah, it is incredible like how difficult they feel to play around sometimes, given that their pattern theoretically is it's always going to be very reliable. So Edgy Buttergum, yeah, we have been on for nearly half an hour, and I am not really that close to surviving with SMB2, so like I really do not expect I will get clear. But I'll try to, you know, make one or two good attempts. We'll move on for now. As a timed survival room, though, I actually do like this in terms of, you know, the first time I saw it, I thought it was getting off to a bit of a slow start, but now I totally understand the pacing in terms of how the elements are layered on top of each other and how they make it steadily more complex. And yeah, like I said, I am going to be a little bit behind on chat simply because I really cannot tear my eyes away from what I'm watching here. Okay. The spiny position is manageable so long as I stay away from it. If I'm just on the opposite side of the level from the spiny when it launches, then I feel like I'm fairly safe. Oh my goodness, still 30 seconds to go in round. Okay. 14 seconds approximately. Oh, and I got sniped. It's okay, I'm close enough that I do want to see what's on the other side of the door. I feel like I should take a look at it even though I failed the clear condition, and that I will make it this time. Okay, sliding around a door a little bit. Shouldn't do that when it's actually critical. And yeah, failed the clear condition, and we now know about a Cheep Cheep. We also know about the pipe that's at the end. So that's an interesting pipe that's on the right side. But yeah, now that we are aware of the Cheep Cheep Troll, I can dodge it if I actually manage to survive. So that was actually important information. And if we actually do manage to make it back to the flag without the clear condition again, then I will check the right side pipe, which is probably just Death Room like the beginning. And I know that partly because the Death Room in the beginning already did take up pretty much all of the available vertical space. Although all of the available vertical space, that was only one screen wide. So maybe it takes you through a death sequence that gives you a different message. Which is, you know, maybe an interesting little secret for people who fail in precisely the way that I've been doing. Oh, no, ran into that. Okay, you know what? We'll see if I can survive 30 seconds, and so I can see the secret message past a flag. And we'll probably call it from there. If I can survive. If I can survive. I'm kind of curious about that pipe. Because given the death message that we saw earlier, we know it's not going to be just some kind of simple crap. Like if there actually is going to be something worthwhile to look at. Okay, key. Come on, give me a key. Alright. So let's drop the Cheep Cheep. Pipe is just a game over screen again, okay. Well, we'll take a look. I don't think I'll clear it. Okay, it's just the right side. Yeah. So yeah, I am going to call the level at this point and move on. We got fairly close, and if I were running a longer stream, I'd certainly stay with it and try to beat it. You are welcome to resubmit this one if you catch me again on a future stream. I'll just let you decide at that point if you want to resubmit or if you would rather show me something else. But we got close enough in terms of learning this that I don't mind taking more attempts at it some other time. So in the meantime, thank you for the submission. And yeah, we did fairly well. I'll put a like on it. We've seen the level, and I actually do like the way the gladiatorial arena has been set up. Actually, you know, it feels like there are very few attempts that have been put on this simply because each attempt is fairly long as a survival timer. So thank you once again, Edgy Buttergum. Let's move on. Now, I don't know if the Sofa King Gamer is still around. I think they left us quite a while ago. So certainly be a skip up the list so you folks know what we are expecting. Have Krogan, and then we're going to have Dictionary Bullet Bill, who is still here and submitted a speedrun. And Edgy Buttergum, well, by soon we'll see how long these levels take me. Because of course, DI Krogan's levels, if you haven't seen them before, often have some very interesting puzzle interactions to them that take some time to solve. So we could be running for some time yet, but if you need to go, you need to go. So thank you once again for dropping by. Okay, so that's going to be a remove and head on to the next. XWQXND GKF. On the waterfront. Celebrating SMM2 1-year anniversary by going to sea. Okay, so it's not actually an adaptation of the film by Elia Kazan that stars Marlon Brando and will have nothing to do with dock workers' unions. But let's go to sea. And yet another first clear that has been offered to me today out of the many, many first clears that have been put on display. And I'm quite happy to take a look at it, so. Okay, actually, that part is sort of an adaptation of the Elia Kazan film in that you are stomping all over the workers who are testifying against union bosses. It is a great film, by the way, if you've never seen it. It is an all-time classic. Okay, so I need to throw that, and then... I don't really know what throwing the stump is for, to be honest. In terms of the Muncher interaction. Whoops. Because it looked very much like I was supposed to write it down, and didn't actually see what was supposed to happen. Maybe I'm just supposed to grab it. And... okay, let me think about this, because... oh, I see. No. Because if I throw it, it lands on the Muncher if I'm throwing it from above. Okay. I understand it. Then I have a limited amount of time to get back on. Sorry. I know what to do. Just kind of looking ahead. Yeah, and this is going to be SMP2 high jump. Yeah. No, I understand it. I throw the stump onto the Muncher. I ride the stump. I crouch on the stump and I do a high jump. So that is what happens. Didn't you label this as a link level? But, oh, I guess we can expect some kind of power-up swap then. Okay, Alex, see you next time. And thanks for coming by anyway. Oops. Okay. Yeah, I really can't believe that you have so few plays on a lot of these still. But I guess that's what happens when, you know, they're not a good fit for the 15-minute streamers. Okay. Let's drop this. No. I need to not repress the dash button. I keep making that mistake. You uploaded this less than an hour ago. Yeah, no, I meant just our list of levels in general. Nice to have a very fresh upload here, regardless, just to get a good first clear playtest on it. And of course, I'm sure I'll just break something again. So far, though, so good. Need to not repress dash, which is a very difficult habit to break. Oh, I needed to hit that, didn't I? Why did I need to hit that? I don't think I understand what was there. Oh, I see. No, because that actually breaks. Which allows me to do that interaction, which of course I remember from Canal Walk. Okay. And to the right. Go. Okay. Now, on-off switch. Okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, yeah. No, because the bone shell actually does press the switch when it's against the top side like that. I'm just going to swim ahead and see what I'm dealing with. That's going to be bone shell. Bone shell has to tap the spinies and then make it over. Okay. Yeah, I see. So the grinders are going to enforce that I crouch with the bone shell. Crouching with bone shell allows me to get under the... well, stay on the conveyor belt while I'm underwater instead of floating. Then I need to figure out what's going on with trampoline. Okay. Well, as far as the Muncher goes, I mean, you know, the first time people are going to be waiting for some fun anyway, I'm sure. Although, I think sometimes people will definitely read markers, and the first priority that comes to mind is, let's just follow the marker. So in that case, it would be, you know, follow the marker and just throw. But, if they're... weren't a throw marker, I sort of wonder if people would understand what to do with the stump. Because I think maybe the habit that players can get into very easily is to say, oh, I see a marker. Clearly the level is trying to warn me about something that would be blind if I did not have a marker. And so, you know, I see something that tells me to throw, and perhaps I'll throw. And I'm not very good, of course, at actually obeying markers. People who have been watching for a while know by now. So, people who actually do obey markers, I feel like they would throw right away. I mean, I kind of like the amount of time I have to actually read the muncher and prepare for it, so no complaints from me. I've seen how it is supposed to work. But I can definitely see that throwing off a lot of players the first time they deal with it. And, you know, that's partly just because pipe spawns in Mario Maker are what they are. Yeah. For the first spawns, when it comes to setups like that, I find that sometimes the red pipe does not improve things as much as you might assume. Whoops. Really do have to break the habit of repressing the dash button every time I land or throw an object. Gotta let up on that and then go, yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, it looks like I need to release the shell in such a way that allows it to float up and get bonked by the trampoline, right? There we go. Astro Sword, and then that's gonna be a tap for sure. Okay. Then that's going to be... well, not now. I need to drop it once the conveyor is available. Then... okay, interesting. Needs to go a lot faster than that for some reason. No. Soft drop it. Okay, that's not nearly fast enough. I need to... probably drop the P-switch, in fact. Okay. Bump it over. Bump it over. Yeah, actually I do think that's pretty clearly marked. Okay. A dedicated indicator group? I don't know. I don't know if Nintendo would do that. Let's keep that. You know, I feel like a lot of the marker systems are something that Nintendo tolerates rather than actually encourages. Okay, so we are through a checkpoint, and it looks like we have a couple of different rooms to work with. Repeatable checkpoints set up. 4 different rooms, in fact. 4 different rooms plus a safety call. Let's just do them in order. Side first. Okay. Oh, okay, so I need to jump up and then catch the shell mitts every time. Okay. Interesting. Looks like I probably need to bump this guy and bump him off, because if I bump him off, then I can walk on bone shell. Bone as a platform. Not if I do that, though. Okay, that's too bad. Nope. Get more of these guys. Feels like I need to be fairly accurate about the actual bump, though. Okay, nope. There we go. Hopefully I didn't actually need to keep this thing. Let's take another one. Yeah, actually, no, it seems that I'll probably need to drop this. Nope, not like that. But I can slide off this guy, drop this. Whoops, nope, so much for that. Scout ahead. And yeah, it looks like I need to drop the dry bones eventually on the Thwomp and then ride the dry bones over the Thwomp. Unless the helmet is there to give me a damage boost, in which case I can take damage and I can still have the benefit of the SMP2 mushroom to do a high jump off the Thwomp as it proceeds to the right side. Okay, bad timing. Well, we've kind of blown this. I've used my only shell. Yeah, it is timed in such a way that I do need to keep it. Let's see this again. Yeah, okay. Oh, you thought you meant, like, hashtags and such. Yeah. I don't know, I think Nintendo would definitely not allow that, given how they don't seem to be fond of community names when it comes to the tag system to begin with. Like, they're never going to use community terminology like even Kaizo or Troll or stuff like that when it comes to the existing level tags. So I think the possibility of custom genre tags like that is extremely remote. Okay, here's the issue is... There's no issue, we don't actually need that. Yeah. Shelmet, take damage, crouch, and what is it? High jump. Okay, nope, too late. Okay. Guilds, I mean, I feel like people who get into Mario Maker Discord groups, as I was saying the other day, that already does remind me of MMO guilds more than anything else I know. In terms of my experience with video games, it's probably the closest thing I've had to an MMO guild experience in terms of, you know, maker groups, playtesting groups, etc. Since I actually last was into that kind of thing. You know, likely with you know, even a certain amount of like guild drama with people into various projects, although, you know, hopefully nothing as rough as what happened with Method. I don't know if any of you folks who know about WoW have been following that whole thing. Yeah, it looks like people have really been kind of making use of what resources they can when it comes to indicator systems. Honestly, entity limits is one of the biggest things. That's, like, considering how much they expanded the block limits, and whoops, that's going to be a death. Considering how much they expanded the block limit in Maker 2, and how much space they opened up in terms of things that you can do with vertical subworlds. Like, it's technically the same kind of real estate, but is roomier in some important ways. The fact that the entity limits were otherwise not substantially increased from Maker 1 is something that really restricts a lot of things that you can. Like, I found that, you know, entity limit has been an issue for every single thing I've tried to make, including things that I thought were fairly simple. And just the number of things that, you know, share the same as well. have a lot of overlap. Okay. Maybe sliding off like this is not the best idea, considering I don't really have time. Yeah, I wonder if I should have just bumped the shell down here directly in the first place instead of over to the rightmost side. If I can somehow get the shell to fall on these blocks, then I can carry the trampoline. Carry the trampoline, then I actually have a safer way to get across to the other side. Because it's currently it looks like the soft drop, not soft drop, the crouch jump timing on the swamp is just not going to be good enough for me to work with. Unless I really kind of crouch early. Crouch early when I jump into the swamp, perhaps, and see if that maintains the crouch jump timing. I don't know if it does. Whoops. It's going to. No, I feel like in terms of any kind of signaling system, that one thing that is definitely missing is a way to display maker comments only. So you can have comments turned off and you would still see like maker comments that would actually allow you to explain some mechanics in ways that are more elegant than reading the level description. Okay. No, and that's fall off. Okay, so I do need to bump them all the way to the right side, I guess. I think. Let's see. No, yeah. If it's still falling down, it's just gonna fall. So. Okay, that's gonna work. Probably not the most elegant way to do it, but that's going to work, and it's going to allow me to keep the trampoline, which I think will be important. It might be unintended, given how this looks. Yeah, okay, no, and I would have to fall in anyway. Although I could have dropped the trampoline... No, I couldn't have. Alright, let me think about this. I think I just need to crouch jump from the donut block. No. Okay. I'll probably create an instant killer by the red pipes? Maybe so. Yeah, considering how limited that supply is going to be. The shells. Oh wow, this is actually going to be a multi-part thing. Where... Even though first clear is available, I don't know that we'll actually finish all parts of this level tonight. Or this morning. Especially if you mean to make some revisions anyway. I don't get it done this sitting, I'll definitely do it for catch-up stream on a week. I'll definitely at least take a look at the other rooms, minimum once a piece. Yeah, I think there's this very strong temptation to go on the first cycle, and going on the first cycle definitely. Yeah, when you see that, there is a very strong temptation to just go right away. And I think that timing pretty much never works. You have to wait for first time. Okay. Yeah, got it. Yeah, interesting the way the cloud block works. that it will force you to drop whatever you were holding in order to do a cloud pickup, and you can't actually really jump out of the cloud pickup standing directly on it. Nope, I keep slipping. I feel like that might have done something if I not slip, or if I just have an earlier takeoff where I see the diagonal arrow. And that I think my takeoff timing is the main issue here. Could probably drop it on yourself to let it fall too. Maybe. Stay. Okay, let's not slip off. Side. Oh, too early. I think I had the right idea, I just had the wrong trajectory. And it is, of course, okay if I take damage at the spikes up ahead, because I need to fit under one tile slot to get the coin and then return to the repeatable checkpoint anyway, so I should not be scared of damage. Top right, I just need to make that jump. Okay. Pretty simple interaction, just a weird jump timing on. See what I can do with it. Okay. Nope, keep slipping. Yeah, maybe jumping off the donut block like that is not a great idea, or not the best idea. Okay, oh, my mistake, going the first cycle again. Yeah. I almost feel like being able to reset this room might be a good idea. Or reset this segment here, in terms of, you know, ducking through the pipe and getting pushed back in by the one-way panel. But then having... Oh, I guess no, power-ups, they're not going to respawn, are they? Oh, maybe not. No, never mind. Yeah, because if it's a power-up rather than an enemy, I think it does count as consumed. At least that's the way it would work with the mushrooms and flowers. I guess maybe that's not the case with these shells. All that edge case logic when they're on tracks, you know, you just never know. I feel like I do know the answer to this, I just never... Extra Shellman is the reason you don't have reason. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because you don't want the player to exit with the Shellman and go back and have the extra. That's understandable. Okay. Drop off right side here, left side rather. And then, hey, there we go. Now let's do the rest. Or as much as is practical. That's only one room out of 4. Dictionary Bullet Bill, hang tight. I hope it's not too much of a wait for you. But do let me know if you need to hurry me or something, because this is a multi-checkpoint level. And yeah, we'll see. Okay, no, I do need to stay on. Now, it is fairly clear to me from the structure of this level that I cannot afford to fall in the water. Kind of, you know, treat it like lava, except with a slightly more generous error margin. Okay. Not too worried about that. Oh, miss. Big miss. Okay. Back in we go. Oh, no. It's okay, we get a second chance at this. Okay, no, came in a little bit low there. Oh, that's interesting, by the way. That's, if you do hit the invisible blocks, the spike balls can bust your way back out. So that's not as hard a lock as it seems. It is here, I think, because like it'll... no, actually 2 blocks above it would actually break through. No, didn't manage to get a high bounce. I mean, if you're using invisible blocks to enforce that, I don't think there's really a good way around it. But at that point, you're likely to take damage anyway. I am thinking about what the capacity for cheese would be. Well, I know that you're probably reluctant to use one-ways for that just because aesthetically it would be very inelegant. Like, it is a level that looks very nice right now, so... I don't know if I'd worry about too much as a cheese, because like the reason I would not worry about it too much as a cheese is because you still need to jump out of the water, right? And jumping out of the water and landing, you know, even with the Master Sword doing the spike drop is still going to be a difficult trick to pull. Like if you recover from falling in the water, I think that's something that's still going to feel like it was difficult for the player to do. So I'm actually not too worried about that vulnerability, at least from what I'm seeing right now. Like, I don't think it's worth the trade-off of putting one-ways everywhere. And if it makes the level a little bit easier, yeah, no big deal. Oops. I don't think I've seen the Link and Spike Ball setup in an underwater setting very much, actually, in terms of having that extra bit of drag. Obviously, the Link interaction itself is just absolutely amazing. I feel like I should be able to get a second bounce there, and that's what the double indicator might be telling me, unless it's just a two-sided link. That maybe I should be doing short bounce follow-up. Whatever else it takes to just kind of stay in position over that spike ball. Oops. Okay. Feels like I'm taking off a little bit early on that every time. Fire flower. Okay, now what? On-off switch. Spike top. What on earth is the fire flower actually for? Wondering. Oh, something to enforce on-off. Oh, I see, because there's a little bit of a puzzle interaction here involving the bomb. I see. I get it. Right, because this is going to be a bit of a stacking puzzle. It looks like these indicators there are probably where I want to drop the stumps. Drop the stumps, and then I have a fireball deflection that probably comes here, right? Where it's on top of the on-off switches. Yeah, because top of the on-off switches, then... Yeah, I get it. I get it. Oops. Okay. Need to position this somewhat accurately. Oh. Feels like this is going to be part of the challenge here, just staying on top. And I know it's a challenge that's imposed by not having the wall there to stop it. No, why don't I just drop it here? Oh no. Maybe I should just try it this way. Yeah. I know it's supposed to be kind of an escalating challenge. I feel like maybe positioning Stump is a little bit fuzzy. Because it is going to be a lot of trial and error to get the position right. Unless you really understand the drawing mechanics. Oh no, you know what? No. Now I can do this. Maybe there is a bit of a puzzle interaction here that I'm not getting. In terms of how to block this. I gotta kind of decide if this is actually a puzzle thing or if it's just an execution. Is it just an execution thing? Like, you know, if I hit this and then throw? No, that'll just get stuck. That'll get stuck to the left of the bed. And next one, item 1 block higher. Oh, like this? Yeah. Yeah, no, I knew that, actually. I don't know why I didn't try it. Okay, no, I actually do know that because I've used it before, probably in one of your levels. Anyway, we have this. Okay. And yeah, each of the individual rooms have actually felt pretty mild. This is your SMB2 platforming followed by a high jump at the end. Yeah, followed by getting onto Cannonball actually at the end. So yeah, kind of a mix of SMB2 and Link level. Oh wait, that's not right. Wait, I don't think I understand. Oh, no, because I need to pick up the upper cannonball and then throw it and then drop it off. Or rather, drop the trigger onto the switch. No, I should have understood that. That's clear. Took me a moment to realize. Okay. Now... do I need a cannonball here? I don't. Okay. Looks like I think, yeah, no, I think I needed to ride a cannonball continuously and do all this quickly. That's probably the interaction I'm looking for. Yeah, because of the cloud lock here. Yeah, that's right. So that was just time sensitive. Yep, just need to be fast. Oh, oops. Wait, but then... do I need to... okay. No, that's not right. I need to... launch. And which has already been pressed. Okay. Right, I do need to have 2 cannonballs on screen that are going horizontally, and I do need to catch up to one on the other side. Yeah, just take me a moment to understand the timing here. Oh, no, missed. Okay, so... Oh, no, I see what's going on. I need to probably use that blue block marker that is down low to kill the piranha first. Kill the piranha first, then... Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, no, I know why I'm down by 1 cannonball. Because I was not using the first round to get a piranha. Because, yeah, I am given the opportunity to make 2 pickups there. And the blue markers, in fact, tell me that. Okay. There we go. Nope. Too slow. But I have the right idea. Just need to run, grab, get back on the lower cannonball, ride it across. That doesn't explain this. Oh, no, that explains it, because I do a pickup at that point, and then I bust through here with the cannonball that I was just finished riding, and then that allows me to have access to the cloud in SMB2 form. Nope. Yeah, very neat. Definitely a bit of a multi-part mega level as always, but you know, I actually kind of like that kind of thing. Comes to seeing all the concepts in play, even though like this is very much, of course, a sort of Link plus SMB2 level, but at the same time built around the central shared concept of the forest water. It's exerting a certain drag on things. Okay. Nope, miss. You know, I had the SMB2 mushroom. I could have just gone back to start. No, I couldn't because of the P-switch. Okay. Right. Okay, just gotta... No, I'm late. I'm late. Okay. Jumping out of water is what it is. Yeah. Nope. Not enough of a dash. I feel like I should be making that wrap around a little faster anyway, and possibly even using the cannonball as a platform if I get there quickly enough. We'll see. I mean, I know I can make that jump without it, but that requires a little bit of wind-up time. No, I missed a pickup. Completely missed it. Okay, so... Oops. Yeah. Like I am fairly close to getting this down properly. First, I have to see how much of that is left. Okay. Nope, miss. Yeah, that one tile takeoff can definitely feel a little bit intense, but okay. Wait, how did I not fire the second ball? Okay. Second cannonball? Yeah. It just didn't come on screen that time for some reason. Okay. Let's not die to this. I will sit pretty much gently on the bombs, and the Super Ball will do something interesting for me. Oh, you know what? I can afford to grab this, because I have access to more SMB2 mushrooms. I should probably bomb this. Now let me just take a look at what the Super Ball is going to do for me here. Oddly enough, Super Ball can probably collect a safety coin with a good deflection, or a speedy exit pathway, so that's not going to... on-off switch is going to control what? On-off switch... going to be something involving the stumps. The stumps will be used as some kind of deflection platform, yes, okay. So let's get on here first. Let's blow that up. Super Ball has to hit the POW. Super Ball hits the POW and that takes up the muncher. Interesting how the respawning of the bombs creates a safe platform there even when I pick things up with SMB2. Feels like I'm gonna need to do two things. That I'm gonna have to drop one here, and I'm gonna have to drop one here. No, this drop is incorrect because it's going to block that lower spot when I... Oh no, I messed this up. I messed it up. No, I just needed to close this and I need to close this. Once I close those two spots, then the Super Ball go through. Now, is there some way I can reset the stumps? No, I think I am just... Yeah. That's okay, I'll just die. Pretty easy to get back. No, I understood that. I have to close the pathway and then I need to fire the Super Ball to deflect it. You said you're struggling to find a desirable difficulty getting that cannonball again after going in watery. Okay. I've already forgotten which cannonball you're talking about. That's okay. I like that I have a little bit of an error margin to correct this segment here. Okay, having the bombs come out here is going to be good. Having the refresh on the SMB2 mushroom in case that happens is very good. Okay. Okay. And, there we go. I can definitely see the throw being off as something that would, you know, trap the stump down here. So, just kind of thinking about what solutions there would be to that. Why do I even need the Super Ball to go lower path? Is it because I can't deflect it here? Totally deflect it there. I only need this. I don't need to do the whole lower path. I mean, it's very clear to me that the intention is to have the Super Ball go through that when you on-off switch, but you can just sneak it in here. And you know what? That means I could have cleared it on the previous attempt. If I had bothered to try that, I could have cleared it on the previous attempt. Okay. I love how, you know, now that you're underwater, you have the underwater pipe entrance. A little bit of a change of pace. Looks like this is going to be a tap, 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 tap. Then get on it and jump, I guess? Okay, no, that's a miss. I feel like that is the idea. It definitely feels a little bit tight. Yeah, but you know, that's why you send things to me for playtesting, is so you can see what can be done with kind of nonsense. Okay. Yeah, this part does feel a little bit fussy, but I got it. I got it. What does that fire? It fires fire. That seems important because it means that I will want to tap the P-switch in order to raise the whole stack and get it up to this point. Seems like this is the destination. Once I get it up to the destination, it's going to light the bomb. When it lights the bomb, then the whole stack is going. Whoop. Oh, okay, that did not go. Now, I'm familiar with what to do here because I've played some of your previous levels. I can definitely see tapping the P-switch to be something that's going to be new to some people, although I guess you teach a lot of that early in the level, including with the tapping of this right here. And of course the P-switch is specifically there to permit the head bump. Certainly have to pity the person who tries to just activate the P straight up with the arrow or something. Okay. Let's light that up. Let's get the fishbone out of the way. Now, can I... It almost feels like there was something about the bomb activation with the chomp there. Like maybe the chomp was supposed to die. Okay, that was relatively quick. And then we will just grab the safety coin and get out of here. I love the little question mark that is wrapped around a safety coin. Why MM2? Well, thank you for that. And yeah, you might want to make some fixes, I know, from what you looked at, but that's what the playtest is for, and now that we know the solutions, maybe I will take a look at a newer version once you have that ready. Yeah, the chain chomps are always so difficult to set up with the bombs like that, just given that whenever you scroll into the screen, you're going to lose a certain amount of control over what the RNG positioning of chomps is going to be in terms of actually securing that kill. So I've found that every time I've tried to play with a setup like that in the editor, I always run into edge cases where one of the chomps is left alive. So thank you very much for the cheers. And yeah, thank you very much, Dictionary Bullet Bill, for sticking around all this time. We will pull you up in just a moment. I know we've put you through a very long wait today. Trula Sands asked, can we be friends on Switch? My list is a little bit wild and unmanageable at this point. I'm going to have to come up with some kind of policy for whether to add people and how to add them. I will say that, like, you might want to ask me again at another point when we've kind of sorted that out, but I've had to do a lot of list cleanup lately, not just here. That was my 100th first clear. I feel like I've done a lot more than 100, but that's because a lot of those levels get taken out after I clear them. Like, I've lost a lot of first clears to level deletion over time. You really annoy my stream? No, you don't. Yeah, I know you corrected that, but yeah. Okay, NQ7, Modern Warfare 3, D4G. Okay, oh look, here's another first clear offer. We've been getting a string of these all night. Like, a lot of people giving me a first clear opportunity, and I do appreciate that. And I know I did say at the beginning, oh, I'm going to run such a short stream, I'm going to ask for people to submit me things over 1%, and instead I think almost everybody tonight offered me first clear. And that's fine. I'm willing to do it. I always appreciate the opportunity, even if I am not able to do it. Okay, 20 seconds. We have no idea how really punishing this is. See a lot of spikes on the start screen. That's going to be a twirl. In order to get across, I will absolutely need a twirl with new soup. New soup mechanics also tell me that I should expect some things like ground pounds and ground pound cancels. That pink coin, for instance, that's over the saw blade on the right side of this column looks very much like a ground pound cancel. I think I'll need to do a double swirl in order to get through this one, or possibly both of these. Yeah. Maybe even do a single twirl on the first jump just to get a little bit of extra height. Yeah, I might need a double twirl somewhere here for sure. It's going to be kind of punishing. I did manage to get on that wall. I just wall jumped late, and it looks like I was coming a bit low. And yes, one of these will absolutely twirl, or I will just not make it. I will say that some of this stuff already looks like it's going to be mechanically a little outside my level. Especially when I look at all the potential wall jump or ground pound cancel spots that on the other side of this column. Just from getting an initial read on it, I'm not really that confident I can finish it, but I'll put in a fair number of attempts just to get you the footage. No. Give you a chance to see how somebody of my level can. Easy for you to clear, but you play almost exclusively NSMPU. Yeah, that's if you're really familiar with the twirl timings, ground pound timings, and just physics in general, how to estimate distance, then yeah, I can definitely see that being something come together for you. I mean, I am familiar with it, but not experienced in the way that, like, precision specialists would be experienced. As in, I know generally when I look at it what I'm supposed to be doing in terms of like a single twirl or double twirl or things like ground pound cancel, but actually doing it is a slightly different question. If you twirl before the apex of your jump, it does nothing. I should in fact know that. Right, because of the extra horizontal distance. No, you're absolutely right about that. Should have trusted you on that for sure. Feels like one of these does need to be a double, though. Yeah, coming in a little too low. That sure. Okay. No doubles? Okay, just hold jump, yeah. Yeah, I guess I am coming in a little bit low.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know that. I just have very bad habits when it comes to holding jump. I have the same problem with shell jump levels, actually, where
Oh no!
there are a lot of places where I know I am supposed to hold jump the whole time, and I just have a very bad habit of missing because usually in normal Mario, that's what you do, is missing all the time. That's one of the things that does feel quite different. Doing levels that are a bit more advanced when it comes to exploiting mechanics
Oh no!
and requiring full precision for things like your jump height. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, because I actually do have a habit, I guess, of releasing jump when I go into a twirl. Like, holding jump through the twirl is not something that a lot of levels have required of me, but then that's because I don't play like a lot of more advanced NSMBU stuff all that often. I mean, those are all things that definitely come with practice. I'll try to at least get over the left side. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a challenge for me. You know what's kind of really neat is the way that the decoration of the tall tree kind of gets into the little right side. Kind of looking at the background art, which of course has been substantially improved in this style, even for the returning styles from Maker 1, and of course the new styles for Maker 2 as well, like the snow theme, that they really did put an effort into making the backgrounds look more like the, you know, continuous large-scale artwork of NSMBU, which I think often goes unappreciated about that game, is actually that, you know, there's quite a lot more going on in background art than the earlier new Super Mario Bros. Series. Yeah, we'll see if I can get it. I feel like this is going to be a pretty tough call for me. Oops. Yeah, I know some people who really do swear by it. I think something like the one-tile spikes do kind of look ugly in it, like they don't seem to blend well with any style. I think the other thing that is a limitation with NSMBU is that some of the styles do have some issues with colors blending a little too well. So, for example, in the castle theme, the bright orange of the lava actually has some visibility issues when you put some other things. In the sky theme, the white and the blue tend to have some conflicts. Like, I played one level earlier in the week, which was in NSMBU's Sky theme, which had the new electric blue Mecha Koopas. And the issue with that level was that you actually could not see the beams, because the beams completely blended. Okay, that was a double twirl for sure, coming up the top, I think. Like, I don't see that I can do that without double. Then it's going to be some kind of ground pound of that, and then or some kind of like wall jump pound setup. Some kind of chain like that for the descent down the right side. When the walls jump really quickly, don't slide. Yeah, that's a problem I run into as well. Like, not just in this style, but also in 3D World. And that I've had a lot of 3D World speedruns where, like, usually the timing issue that I have is that the wall jumps lose too much time. Slip a little too far down. Yeah. But yeah, I do have a very bad habit of it. Okay. I'm holding jump. Just coming a little bit low every time. And it is because of my twirl timing. I can tell that. My twirl timing is often coming much too early.
Oh no!
But yeah, I mean, I definitely have seen some people really swear by NSMBU. I feel like maybe it's had much less of a specialized role than it did in Maker 1 simply because, you know, 3D World has introduced so much when it comes to levels that are built around Mario's movement mechanic. But in terms of having just the right combination of advanced Mario movement mechanics plus the
Oh no!
conventional contraptions that you can build in the standard styles, there is kind of a sweet spot when it comes to
Oh no!
NSMBU's place in maker design. There is something that you can do with this style, but a lot of things you can do with this style that still don't really have a good substitute anywhere else.
Oh no!
But yeah, you know, NSMBU, as in terms of the original game, looks a lot better than people give credit for.
Oh no!
I think a lot of it is that, you know, the art style and music in particular are so close to how people remember
Oh no!
NSMB Wii, and to some extent NSMB2, which came out much too close to when NSMBU originally released in 2012. That's it. I think it was very noticeable that people had a lot of serious fatigue at the time,
Oh no!
and they just never got over that and never got used to the NSMBU style. You know, it's kind of like how you can really go back to, you know, people always compare Mario to Mickey Mouse in terms of long-term impact on the landscape. I think at this point, like,
Oh
Mario's probably stayed more relevant for 35 years continuously than Mouse may have been. Like, Mickey Mouse, Steamboat Willie was when? Steamboat Willie was, I feel like, 1929? 27? I don't remember.
no!
And yeah, like, you know, there have definitely been big changes in the kind of official Mickey Mouse design over time, like a total transformation in how much it looked like a mouse. It's sort of interesting that, like, Mario had this generational standard that lasted from well, across the whole NSMB series, and it's actually very remarkable now to think that the entire NSMB era was 6 years, or 7 years if you count New Super Luigi U. Because NSMB DS would have been 2006, right? And I actually should replay that at some point. I haven't replayed it fully since 2006. But yeah, you know, it's in some ways seemed like the NSMB styles seem to be, you know, around for a very long time when it actually had a fairly brief run. It's more that I think people who grew up with classic games were much more accustomed to Mario completely changing styles. And every entry having a very distinct look. Oh yeah, NSMB DS was the first video game you ever played followed by Mario Kart DS? Well, we're too late to start. Sort of interesting to come from that experience, though, because, you know, first of all, it meant that you didn't have to go through the massive 2D platformer drought of the late 90s and early 2000s. I mean, you know, people have conflicting opinions on that. Some people were very excited to get into 3D, especially the generation that really started with Mario 64. For my part, I thought the kind of disappearance of 2D games from the landscape was kind of miserable.
Oh no!
It was such a breath of fresh air to have NSMB DS show up and
Oh no!
kind of be a top-line revival for the genre, which actually got so neglected at that point, like with most of the major series disappearing. Like, there were a couple years when 2D platformers looked pretty much completely dead, and that it was no longer getting
Oh no!
console support for sure, and of course, you know, even console support wasn't really fixed until the late 2000s when we started seeing a run of games like NSMB Wii, and then after that you had Donkey Kong Returns, and you also had Rayman making a comeback around that time. Like, until then, though, it was very dark times for platformer players. But the interesting thing is that if you came from that kind of history, if you played the classic games first and then you got into NSMB, yes, it was very noticeable just how much of Mario history had developed since in the 3D games that was incorporated into NSMB. It's that, like, seeing the wall jump and the ground pound in 2D for the first time. You would be seeing, you know, pounding onto a repeating coin block for the first time in 2D. Be seeing, you know, just many of those things that previously weren't really introduced until the 64 era. Okay, I'm struggling enough with the first screen here that I actually don't know that I'll be able to continue. I know it's a short 20-second level, but, you know, I feel like I'm far enough past my intended time that I might have to give up on this one. Unfortunately, it does mean that, like, I feel like I haven't really properly seen the level enough to appreciate what's going on here. But it is just very much on the hard side for me. Because I'm not very good at this sort of repeated precision stuff at all. I mean, it's nice to have this kind of thing available for people who, like, really want to push mastery of the NSMB mechanics specifically. I'm just not very good at that. So, it does not seem likely. Yeah, I didn't think it seemed likely. I'm going to take a look at the map for a second just to see. Level for a legend? Well, yeah, unfortunately I'm not a legend, but I thought I put in, well, some effort. I'm just looking at the whole layout and thinking, yeah, that's not happening. But, well, I'm glad you showed it off to me regardless. I mean, you know, I definitely see some throw markers and twirl markers that are further along in the level. And of course, that early fall is just going to be something pretty restricted to begin with. Yeah, I'm just not really able to handle this particular kind of precision. It's definitely for players who are much more consistent than I am. Thank you for showing that to me anyway, and, you know, always good to chat about the NSMB era and about game design in general, so yeah, feel free to buy and submit more sometime. Probably not that one, although that's because, as you've seen already, like, I don't think I really stand much of a chance against it. But I think I put in a reasonable effort to try to fix up my wall jumps. I believe that's actually the end of the list for this session. And, yeah, so what I will typically do is I will, of course, send all of you folks off to another raid. And so thank you to everybody who's been hanging out for this long, including people who are lurking. You are, of course, all quite welcome to lurk quietly and listen, even if you haven't been submitting. So I know we've had a lot of long levels tonight, a lot of attempts at first clears, few successful first clears. But in the meantime, that will be all from me, and I will look for somebody else, probably somebody else running Mario Maker 2, to send you off to next. So thank you for watching. So before I send you off, here's the schedule coming up for this weekend. Usually tomorrow in the same time slot, or in about the same time slot, I'm going to do a backlog stream where I go through some unfinished levels on my end and also show off some makers that are on my personal list. Going into this week, we will be heavily featuring 4YMM, which is going to be releasing 8 levels a week every Sunday. And I will have one that's coming in that project as well. It's not going to be this week, but it will be in a few weeks' time. So we will definitely be playing all of the great makers that are showing up there as well. And you can click through to that website for more info. In the meantime, I am going to scan around for a raid and see who to send you off to next if you want to torment them with your levels as well. So thank you once again for dropping by and for staying for so long and for watching. And also, once again, a shout out to Just Plays Fun Games for the raid very early on in this session that brought so many new faces over. Very glad to have you all here. Have a good night or good morning, or really getting into good afternoon for some of your time zones. And we'll see you next time.